Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, honorable members and colleagues.
Good morning, Chair.
We can start. It's 9:30, and according to the records, we are correcting honorable members. Then, Memendi, flight the agenda.
Will do, Chairperson.
Yes, we're waiting to share the screen.
Can members see now?
Yeah, no. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Memendi and Mama Klaus. Honorable members, once more, good morning. This is the agenda items of today's meeting. We can start. Let me greet all of you, honorable members, and greet the Deputy Minister that is with us today, Honorable Nongceba Mhlauli, and also greet all colleagues from the Stats SA, led today by the Statistics General, Mr. Senga. And I know in our midst, there's also the Stats Council. You are all welcome, honorable members, to this meeting. And I know that also, I don't see, because I understand we've been joined by new members, honorable members. I can see, I don't see the new honorable members, because I've seen in the 80 seat, which is Honorable Gama, Honorable Montana, and Honorable Tambo. They will introduce themselves, honorable members, as they join this meeting. But you are all welcome to this virtual meeting, and we understand that it was meant to be a physical meeting, but because of some circumstances, we have to reconvect it and apply to the office of the House Chair to convene this meeting virtually. And we understand, honorable members, also there are mini plenaries that after this meeting will then individually join mini plenaries. So, honorable members, that is the agenda, and I've welcomed all of you. And I will quickly move to the apologies and the adoption of the agenda. I know that through the secretary, we have the following apologies. One, the apology of Honorable Sabrati, which is Imran Sabrati, who is an alternate attending today a standing committee on Auditor General. And also there's an apology of Honorable Montana, also attending the standing committee on Auditor General. And also there's an apology of Honorable Gama, who wishes to be excused at 12:30. I don't see him in this meeting. And I will request that the iPhone must name the gadgets. There's 2 iPhones without names. And also there's an apology also of Honorable Trollip. He's part of this meeting, but also participating in the Justice Committee. Those are the only apologies that we have received, honorable members. And I will then request that we adopt this agenda. It was sent and emailed to all of us, honorable members, and I will take as if it has been adopted, because there was no issues in our emails and obvious in the portfolio committee. And then, honorable members,
Chairperson, you are muted.
oh, sorry, I've muted myself. Thank you so much, Mindy. Honorable members, the main purpose of this meeting is to get a briefing from the Statistics South Africa on the census report of 2022, a project implementation and the results. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Trollip. You are supporting the agenda. I take as if it was adopted, because there were no issues there were no issues raised in the emails, including in the group of the portfolio committee. And as we know, the Statistics South Africa is tasked with ensuring that the country has credible official statistics. And the official statistics from the results of the Census 22 will have a direct bearing on the 7th administration, government, planning, budgeting, implementation, as well as monitoring and evaluation. And we're here today to be briefed about what transpired during the implementation of Census 2022 project and about the results thereof. And we've requested as well that the Statistics South Africa must then respond to the questions that were asked by honorable members at the orientation workshop. And therefore, honorable members, after that presentation by the Statistics South Africa, we'll then take questions and the committee will deliberate on the presentation. And immediately after that, we'll then consider the minutes of the 30th August 2024. And honorable members, because the minister is not here, I will then hand over to the Deputy Minister, Honorable Nongceba Mhlawuli, to do her opening remarks, and immediately, she will hand over to the Statistics General, honorable members. Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Good morning, Comrade Chair, and good morning to members of the committee. Just to state that the Minister did request that we stand in for her, as colleagues might be aware that she is currently part of a South African delegation to China as part of the state visit with the President. So we just wanted to relay that particular apology from the Minister. Good morning, honourable members. Thank you, Honourable Chair and members of the committee to have invited us to this open debate and conversation on Census 2022. Just to state again, honourable members, that we are joined by the SG of Stats SA, Mr. Risenga Maluleke, as well as his team, as well as the Chair and Deputy Chair of the Statistics Council, Dr. Nompumelelo Mbele, as well as Mr. Ian Hassan. Chair, just to state, let me start off by saying that there really is no crisis with Census 2022. As government, as well as Stats SA, we are very confident that the numbers that we have released to the nation are fit for purpose. And which is why we stand by the numbers. And I think this will be something that will be reiterated as well by the SG when he does his presentation. But just by way of background, honourable members, Section 7.2A of the Stats Act directs that the SG must cause a population census every 5 years. However, the amendment bill stipulates through a revision that it ought to be every 10 years, which is then why we would have had our last census having been in 2022. The SG will today share with us the process that was undertaken during the census, the challenges as well, and what quality measures have been put in place by the organization, as well as the undertaking of a post-enumeration census, which is called the PES, as well as also give us an undertaking on the issue of the undercount. I think that it's also important for members to appreciate that the sharing of the undercount numbers, which is obviously a big issue that has been in the media for quite some time, is an important matter. For the organization to be transparent and open about the census count. And the reason that we are stating this, Honourable Chair and Honourable members, is because there seems to be a narrative, particularly in the media, that want to perpetuate rather insinuate a notion that the undercount was not disclosed by Stats SA, but in actual fact, that figure that is being put in the media is actually a figure that was disclosed by the organization itself, and it wasn't something that was hidden, and that in itself speaks to the transparency with which the organization does its work. And then again, Section 13.1 of the Stats Act states that the Stats Council, which is also represented in this meeting today, must advise the Minister and the SG with regards to any matter regarding the collection, process, analysis, documentation, storage, dissemination of stats, including the taking of a population census, which should, in the opinion of the Council, be studied and undertaken. So the Stats Council, as members would be aware, is that advisory body that operates independently of government and that advises the organization, well, the SG, as well as the shareholder, which would then be the minister in this instance. Why am I quoting these two acts, honorable members? It's really just to ensure that we fully understand the importance of the role of the Stats Council in the undertaking of the population census, as this is singled out in the act. The members of the Stats Council are appointed by the minister, and the council, as I said, is an independent advisory body, both to the minister and the SG on stats matters. And I think that the SG will speak more about the role of the Stats Council. But I think just the last point that we want to make again to re-emphasize that to members of the committee as well as the chairperson, that part of the reason that we are having this discussion here today is precisely because of some of the we would call it nefarious attempts by some in the media to poke holes into our numbers. And the reason that we call it nefarious is because the SG and his team has really been very transparent in engaging on the census data since its release. And some of us, in fact, were in different capacities at the time involved in the campaign in itself for Census 2022. And we had always taken the media along in terms of the process, the implementation, the numbers, etc. And it's something that we will obviously continue doing to allay any fears around what could be said. But again, as we said, we are here to present to the portfolio committee, and we really look forward to having a robust and open conversation with yourselves. I believe this is the third time in this new administration that Stats SA is indeed appearing before the portfolio committee. And we welcome the robust questions that have always been raised, particularly around as well some of the suggestions that would have been made in terms of how do we ensure that we protect the integrity of the data that is released by the institution as well as the institution itself, as Stats SA continues to be one of the leading institutions in terms of statistics in the world, and it's really just an institution that we pride ourselves as government as well. So I'll pause there, sorry, Honourable Chair, and I'll hand over to the Statistician General, Mr. Maluleke, to then proceed with the presentation. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Honorable DM and Honorable Ghana and Honorable Tambo. Your apologies have been noted. I know you'll be in and out of this meeting because we've got it's clashing with mini plenaries. I will then, honorable members, hand over to the Statistics General to present the report.
Let me greet you, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee, and greet honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and indeed appreciate the lead that has been provided by our Deputy Minister, Honorable Nongceba Mhlauli, and also take note of the Chair and Deputy Chair of the Statistics Council, Dr. Nompumelelo Nzimande-Mbele and Mr. Ian Assam, and of course indicate, Chairperson, that the Statistics Council comprises members of the public as nominated, one by different establishments in society, be it the academia, be it provincial governments, organized labor, organized business, with expertise in their own rights, so that they can continue to guide us and provide advice to the Statistician General and more like hold Stats SA accountable on matters of methods that we use in official statistics. The Stats Council doesn't always have to agree with us at Stats SA. They, when they have given pieces of advice to Stats SA, which Stats SA didn't take, every end of the year, they provide their report to Parliament, including on those that Stats SA has taken. And the Stats SA always has to give reasons if we haven't taken their pieces of advice. So let me say that I'm going to ask Celia, who has co-hosting powers, to bring our presentation. And we are quite pleased to appear before the portfolio committee. So one of the things, and I'm glad Deputy Minister has already raised it, that we are appearing before this portfolio committee for the third time today on the work that we do, and we will continue appearing and updating the committee. But as regards the census, during the 6th administration, we had kept the portfolio committee apprised, and we do know that now we have new members that are in the committee, and indeed we will continue coming back to explain as is that it's in the law that Stats SA must account to Parliament because our budget comes through Parliament. So we're going to talk about the background of the census roadmap, what transpired, challenges, experience, key decisions, census global view, quality methods, statistical council and its review, governance and census findings, and indeed census results and census 2022 and conclusion. At the conclusion, Chair, we are going to request that the Statistics Council does indicate their position as regards the census and indeed as regards how we have come through, so that we don't speak for them. They are independent of Stats SA and at any given moment can hold views that are different from Stats SA. So now we are going to talk about deliberations that were raised in the last meeting that culminated into this meeting today. That is, share with the committee how the census was conducted, challenges including financial challenges and undercount. What was the role of the Stats Council? And the Stats Council will talk for themselves in this regard. Did they confirm census results that were released? And of course, when will the 10% sample be released? 4 key factors that were omitted from the census results: fertility, mortality, income, and employment. And of course, were these data sets withdrawn or deleted from the website? Let me put it up front, Chairperson, that these 4 key data sets were not withdrawn. They were not released by the Statistician General, and were not deleted. So in the tenure of the current leadership of Stats SA, led by the current Statistician General, we have released all our results at first go. And we have never had a situation where we have to withdraw data from the website. But from time to time, we do apply our minds, and indeed, in line with statistical practice, international best practice, and in line with the Statistics Act, the African Charter on Statistics, as well as in line with the United Nations Fundamental Principles of Official Statistics, we apply our decisions in terms of what we release. And I will talk to this issue of the fertility, mortality, and income later. What was the error margin and how does it impact on planning? I'll deal with that. Census should not be afraid that industry experts find challenges in the data. Let me mention, Chair, that we have always been engaged nationally and internationally, and we have always been able to defend and explain our methods, which, by the way, are in the public domain. So it's not like we have our methods. Every report that we release it with the methods of data collection so that the public and anyone know. So by the time they comment on issues that are in the public domain. When is the next census? Can we bring it forward? We'll talk to that. And what can census data be revised? We will deal with that. Safe to say that census data, once you go to field and contain and go out of field, when you go out of field and you bring in the post-enumeration survey, which is a quality measure for the census, and you follow all processes, once you release the data, you can't really revise the data, because if for whatever reason, our job is to count, it's not to estimate. If for whatever reason we were to go back and count now, we would not be able to confirm what was in the field in 2022. So a good example is a picture. Any of us who have taken pictures 20 years ago, if we take a picture today, it won't be the same. So that's what happens. So once data, because we are not in modeling, unlike other practitioners who model, Statistics South Africa is the only agency in the country empowered by the law given by this parliament that collects data and report data based on what we have collected. And on the basis of that, we do release population media estimates, which we do project based on what sustained during the previous census. That is the only data that we make assumptions on. Otherwise, every data we collect. So revisions, once the data is released, it's not in line with statistical practice. We have to continue with such data. Is the census data relevant to be used? Certainly, but Council will speak to that. The census is relevant and it's being used as we are talking now. So now let us, all these questions we will address during our presentation, Chair. So the background of the census is that we use technology and geospatial information to provide a much faster, more efficient and better quality product. It's in general with most of our products, but also as is with the census. And as we do so, Chairperson, Deputy Minister has already spoken about Section 7 that enjoins the Statistician General to cost a census, and as amended, it will be every 10 years from now. That is, we need to count everyone within the borders of South Africa without omission or duplication. And when we say everyone within the borders, we don't count citizens, we count everyone, including non-citizens, documented or not documented. Because as they are in the country, they are busy using resources. And all over the world, statisticians in official practice have to count everyone because there are so many people who are busy using resources. We don't ask people to explain to us why they are in the country, if they are here regularly or irregularly, because the moment you start asking them whether they are here and documented or undocumented, they run away. And once they run away, you will never get a true picture. And as soon as you go out, they go back, they use water, electricity, ablution facilities, roads, and everywhere. and it can be very challenging for any nation to continue planning. Now, what do? We are saying that a population census is a total process of collecting, compiling, and publishing demographic, economic, and social data for all persons in the country. And we conduct what we call a population and housing census. And in the housing census, we collect information and publish such information pertaining to all living quarters and occupants therein in a country. And indeed, in this regard, it involves that each individual, go back, Celia, it involves that each individual and each living quarters be enumerated and their characteristics be separately recorded. And of course, in this stock taking, we will know where people live and play. So for starters, what we have done throughout censuses is that we have a geographic frame, which is our reference. But we know, especially with informal settlements, that when we are collecting, there are some that are emerging. So in this census, to be specific, we reached out to 17.4 million dwelling units. And in reaching out to 17.4 dwelling units, these dwelling units, either we found people there and we counted them, or when we didn't find them, or when we found them, because there was COVID, they said, we have registered online, don't come into our house, we will self-enumerate. Or they said, we have registered to be counted on the phone, phone us, and would confirm their telephone numbers and would call them. And once those are the ones that we will count, or we will come and find an unoccupied dwelling. Some of these dwellings are unoccupied. Some of them we will come, and especially in rural areas, the farms as well as, and when we say the farms, we go inside the farms. We work very well with farming communities. We reach out to every dwelling unit on their farm. On the farms and rural areas and townships, the neighbors will tell you that this person comes back from work this time. In urban areas and suburbs, neighbors don't know each other. So they are not helping us as much. And because they can't help us as much, when we have made attempts to reach out to people, we classify them as non-contacts because we never reached out to them. But it's recorded. So we know how many people we reached, how many people we didn't reach, who were non-contacts, how many people refused. So people can say, we don't want to answer questions. And then when there are refusals, we record them. And those that we spoke to, 42 million of them in the country, we spoke to them, and I will talk to the issue of how we deal with adjustments in relation to the undercount to come to the 62 million. Now, it's a momentous task that generates demographic, socio-economic information to enhance planning, policy formulation, evaluation, projections, budget allocations, and the like. And indeed, it also gives insights into the performance in relation to implementations of programs. And indeed, one of the areas, as stated in priority areas of government, as well as in the National Development Plan, Sustainable Development Goals, as well as Agenda 2063. And in the census results, we have shown how the country has moved, be it on water, be it on issues of electricity, in all areas, all municipalities were able to pick up such information. So it is census assist with equity in the distribution of government services, distribution and allocation of government funds at various regions and districts, and indeed for education and health, delineating electoral districts at national and local level, and measuring the impact of industrial development, to name a few. Having said that, we are saying that One, why is a census unique? Is that all persons in the country are enumerated and no other survey can do that. So when we say all persons, we know, as it is all over the world, that we will not reach all people. That is why we have to have measures in which we adjust for the people we have missed or we have counted more than once. All individual characteristics are recorded because we need this for our sample surveys going forward, and conduct simultaneously, given a snapshot of the country. As I said, once we collect, we can reconstruct. If we collect a census now or in another 10 years, it's a new snapshot. Define the period and provide data in totality at national, provincial, district, municipal levels, and all other small area levels. And small area levels can be decided by the statistician general how far we can go based on the kind of an undercount that we have. Now, how do we work? One, there is Census in developing and implementing census methodologies, conducting field operations and data collection, ensuring that data is accurate and is handled with confidentiality, publicizing the results and providing data for policy making, and indeed community leaders in promoting the census and encouraging participation within communities. And indeed, we have worked with the portfolio committee previously in the 6th administration, as well as with other community leaders, traditional leaders, councillors, but we try by all means to make sure that we depoliticize the census, because if it is seen as a political extension, some people will not support it because the councillor or a political leader comes from another political leader. So it's our job to maintain independence. We assist in the community leaders assist in the outreach efforts and addressing community concerns, providing feedback to Census on issues. And in this sense, as I must admit, I spoke to parliamentarians on all given times, at any given time, councillors. There were issues that related to payment of field workers in some parts of the country, until we paid every field worker. We had to work with, and we had to verify. There was a case of people who arrived led by politicians in our Polokwane office, 172 of them, and they ballooned to 600. When we later unpacked, only 12 had worked for us. The others hadn't worked for us. They were there because they had heard that Census is dishing out money. So we had to go through a lot of verification, and no amount of agitation out there would make us drop the guard. The public, in providing accurate information and complete information, responding to the surveys, and indeed participating in the outreach efforts, and understanding and fulfilling their civic duty in contributing to data. Now, how do we work in relation to the census? 1996, we will remember, we used what we call PAPI, that is paper-assisted personal interviews. We came with forms, wrote everything, and of course, after that, we went to capture. In 2001, we used PAPI, but we used optical machine-readable data, where we used scanning technology. We have what we call the large-scale sample survey, which we conducted in 2007 and 2016. And of course, we continued using the paper, but for scanning in 2007. And in Census 2011, same, we used paper, but we used scanning. And of course, going forward in 2022, we used paper, not paper, computer-assisted personal interviews. That is, we came with gadgets and asked questions while we captured. That was our supposed method of collection, because when we started planning for the census, in 2018, there was no COVID. So we thought we would go with personal gadgets, with smart gadgets and capture everything. But come 2020, while we were in the middle of testing some of our methods, the country was locked down because of COVID-19. We had to come with two other methods. Computer-assisted web interviews where people could register and enumerate themselves, and indeed, computer-assisted telephone interviews. But these were not our main form of collections, because not everyone is literate to work on their own computers. Even people who have computers, they don't like filling forms on computers. And of course, on the telephone, we assisted everyone. So why is Census 2022 different? It's because we use technology and geospatial information to provide much faster, more efficient, and better quality products. What do we do when we plan for a census? We have the nation with 9 provinces, 52 districts. In the form of the work that we do at Census, we have 52 districts. We have, and then we continue with the 8 metros, 226 local municipalities. Then we have 14,000 main place names. These have to do with your traditional leadership areas. You have, for example, you have a city of Tshwane, but you know you have Centurion under that. So your main place name will be Tshwane. And then you will have others below, your sub-place names, your Centurion, your Irene. In Cape Town, for example, you will have the city of Cape Town. You will have different parts in the city of Cape Town, Langa, Khayelitsha. You will have Camps Bay and others. And then you have small areas. In the form of small areas, we go into places that we can be able to deal with and delineate ourselves further into what we call enumeration areas. And then from enumeration areas, we go to what we call dwelling units. And as we were planning, we had 14.7 dwelling units that were in the register. That is before we went to field. But when we went to field, we reached out to 17.4 million dwelling units. So we will see that from the previous census, we had different numbers. But as we were going into field, we were updating everything. So we can see that main place were 14,000. But when we went back, there were 13.728 because of the new boundaries, particularly of municipalities. And going forward, but when you go to sub-place names, the country has grown. When you go to small areas, the country has grown. Enumeration areas, the country has grown. And dwelling units, we reached out to 17.4 million. And of course, in terms of addresses, we reached out to 15.8 addresses. This is due to the fact that when you go to a dwelling unit, you may find that in a dwelling unit, especially in high-rise buildings, they use one address for entry, street address. When you are there, you get more dwelling units, but address, they use one as an address point. So this is how we delineate the country to be able to do our work. Census roadmap, we're saying that we started all the way in 2019. System requirements and specifications, everything that we did, the systems that we used, including the software, we designed everything in-house. We are the first country in the world to run our own in-house systems development for a census, and other countries, as we are talking, all over the world, whether be it in Europe, be it in Asia, on the African continent, they are coming to learn from us for adapting our development in terms of the way we have adapted our questionnaire on the census. We are the first country to run a digital census. The United States, just before COVID, they sent out their questionnaires In the state of Alaska, they struggled particularly to get their forms back, and because of disruptions of COVID. Other countries on the continent are still coming to come and learn from us in terms of how we have dealt with this digital census. So come 2019, system development, infrastructure assessment, recruitment, and appointment. But this is more for testing, because everything, the people you will hire, the kind of people you get, you have to test everything. Integrated mini test phase 1, it was in October 2019. And November 2019, we did the payment, and then we started specifying the material for for the pilot going forward. February 2020, integrated mini test phase 2, and we have a debriefing. So we meet and every field worker explains what they have experienced in the field. It was before we were hit by COVID, Chairperson. So everything was working, that would deploy smart gadgets, everyone would arrive there. Then come 2020, May 2020, we had to start, we were now just coming out of the hardest level of lockdown. I need us to go to the next slide. May 2020, we had to start reviewing our work. Census trials, procurement, we have to test everything, including procurement. We have to analyze the data we get, and we have to debrief. But by this time, we're in the middle of COVID-19. So everything is what, at the top, green, everything is what we had planned. But when COVID hit us, it became the biggest disruptor. For example, in December 2020, our field workers who were supposed to prepare for Census 2021, because our census was supposed to go in 2021. And what happened is, we will remember, local government elections were in 1995. 1996, we conducted the census. 2000, there were local government elections. 2001, we conducted the census. 2011, we conducted the census all the time in October. But local government elections since 1995 started being moved by 3 months, 2 months, 3 months, until they encroached and entered the space of the census, and I'll come to that later. So now, we continue 2021. We continued with community mobilization. I must admit, this was the hardest census. Almost all of us, members of management, have more than 20 years, 25 years of in Status A. In census undertaking, in different fields of work. One thing that we know, almost all of us involved in the census have been involved in previous censuses, 1996 to now. But COVID-19 being the biggest disruptor, we knew when we went to field that we were facing a high undercount, because everything we had planned was disrupted. So the first issue that we faced was that when Judge Museneke said local government elections are going ahead, we had to adjust. 2021, we could not go ahead. Perhaps one of the things is that when we were procuring gadgets, all the gadgets that were used for the census, because of COVID, global value chains were disrupted. Manufacturers all over the world were not able to keep up with the pace of the demand. That what we ended up doing was we had to know all over the world where the gadgets were being manufactured, to a point that other nations that were planning to have gadgets accused us as South Africa of bullying manufacturers to keep the gadgets for us so that we can have gadgets for our census, because we could not run that risk of not knowing where the manufacturers were and whether they would deliver on time. And some committed they would deliver on time, But as their nations were hit by different waves of COVID, they could not deliver. So we had to ask for a rollover in terms of payment for the gadgets from National Treasury. And as we asked for a rollover, one of the things is that when the decision by Judge Museneke was made that we had to go ahead with local government elections despite COVID, it means that we had to move our census from election time, because we could not be having publicity from July all the way to October, November, while councillors and politicians, and we know leaders of political parties were crisscrossing the country. We could not be in the same space. So we asked to go to October 2022, because previous censuses were conducted on the 10th of October in 1996, 2001, as well as in 2011. But there are rules in our MTF that you cannot have, you cannot have a rollover, two rollovers in one project. So National Treasury said, Statistician General, we can't give you a second rollover to go to November. If you can't conduct a census in November 2021, you can't go to November 2022. So then we had to go into February 2022. We would have wanted to go in November 2022, but because we could not go into that space, because we could not have another, rollover. The reasons were that National Treasury had a reason. They were saying people are dying. Give us the money to go and fight COVID and save lives. We will then come and talk in 2031. We will plan better and you will have a census. And we were saying, but the country will not have data for planning. And we have already procured the gadgets. And the gadgets that we had, there was no way we could sell them back to the market. Census is not in the business of sales. So now we had to decide that we are going ahead on the 2nd of February, 2022. And of course, we had to put computer-assisted web interviews, and we had to deal with a continuation of the work. And we had to deal with non-response and follow-ups as of March. So when we went into field, computer-assisted web interviews started on the 3rd of February. But as of the 14th of February, we had to make sure that as we are in the field, one of the things we picked up as we were continuing into the field was that no matter how much tests we had done, when you do a test, you do it on sample basis. When you load your system nationally, telcos could not cope with the bandwidth. Actually, we had to go back to the telecommunications companies to increase the bandwidth, because when we tested, they could carry the load. But we know it even now. We are in meetings, and the moment we show our pictures, even in a meeting of 200 people, sometimes bandwidth fail. Now we had thousands of field workers. We had to make sure that from the 14th of February, we continue with expanding the bandwidth. Because when you expand the bandwidth, your face-to-face data as captured is able to fall into the system a lot more quicker. Now, for the Western Cape, while we finished with most of the provinces, for the Western Cape, we had to extend until the 31st of May. So one of the things we concluded with most provinces by 14th April, and by end of April, we were out of field in most provinces. So when you are out of field, when you do what you call follow up and mop up, you take people from districts and provinces that have finished, you deploy them in other areas to go and assist you. And we did that. The Western Cape was much more complex. I had to come and meet with the Premier many times, and we had to agree between Premier and I that we cannot have the census being perceived to be politically supervised, because when the numbers come out, and the numbers come out in the way they do, there would be suggestions that the census was directed by political leadership. But I came here many times to meet with the Premier. We galvanized and we reached out to everyone to assist us with the Western Cape. The Western Cape problem was much more complex. Firstly, is that 64% of the population of the Western Cape sits in the city of Cape Town. And the field workers, largely white. The white population group could not take up our work because we pay very little. So we had to bring in field workers who are colored as well as African to come and assist. But the white population group would not allow them. Council knows about this issue. Parliament knows about this issue. We raised it with the previous portfolio committee. The white population group would not allow Black Africans as well as coloreds in their households. Only a few did. And in the process, Premier came in and assisted us. The colored population group is afraid to go to African areas in Kaili, Chalanga, and Nyang. And the African population group is afraid to go to places like Michel's Plain and the like. So it became very, very complex. Actually, the entire leadership, including myself, were to come and camp here. So as soon as we came out, 31st May, we came out and we put what we call the post-enumeration survey. So having reached out to 17.4 million dwelling units, the post-enumeration survey has always directed us to take 1% of the dwelling units. That is 174,000. With the post-enumeration survey, because it's a quality check, you have to reach out to everyone. When you don't find them, you have to do reconciliation visits until we get all forms of dwelling units back, 100%. Once we are done, we take every form we have in the post-enumeration survey. We demand the corresponding form from the census. So while we finish end of May and close the census, the team that works in the census should not know where the post-enumeration survey team will go. That is why we hire two different teams. And they should not know the sample, because if they know the main census that finished on the 31st of May, they will focus more on those areas. When we go and demand the corresponding forms, we will think there's no undercount. And without an undercount, you can't adjust. So the post-enumeration survey is very critical in that we would demand every corresponding form, compare name for name, record for record. People are using different names in the census, we had to know. If they are born on the same day and they are twins, we had to know, so that we can use it as a quality measure, as well as was that to help us deal with the undercount. Having said so what transpired? This is what transpired. We went into field, we collected every data, reaching out to everyone. But here, so when we say an enumeration area, when we go to a settlement, we divide it into 100 to 150 pieces or parcels of land, so that every field worker can walk about. In a high-rise building, we allocate a field worker to go there. In some of the gated communities, especially in the Western Cape, as well as is in Gauteng, and we are seeing those in Mpumalanga more than any other part of the country. We have to allocate more field workers to go and help us deal with such. Now, that is an enumeration area in a snapshot. What are the challenges that we faced? So the challenges that we experienced is that, firstly, Come on the first day, you expect to have all 5,000 cars ready. And you expect to have all your 100 field workers, 100,000, including supervisory and everyone, up to 150,000, ready to go to field. And then the first thing is that when we went to car hiring companies, and we said to them, because you advertise in an open tender system and everyone bids. So we brought in all the companies and we didn't give to one company. We had a panel of 8 companies. In the event that some fail, some would bring the cars. All of them said they had vehicles. So now, when come day when we said we want all the 5,000 vehicles delivered, because these are your 5,000 vehicles that must go and deliver the material at all key points. We learned for the first time that car hiring companies that had said they will supply us with X number of vehicles, they didn't have the vehicles. They had sold their stock during COVID-19. And their acquisition of new stock from manufacturers was not working. So in previous censuses, particularly 2001 and 2011, car hiring companies had to recall all their fleet from Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Namibia to support the census. In this census, car hiring companies, firstly, because nobody was flying to most countries, the only country where there were most flights coming to Southern Africa was South Africa at limited stage. Most people were no longer using vehicles when they land at airports. They had sold all their fleet and they could not provide the vehicles. So we had the first crisis of having our material not being delivered out into field. So we had to rely on our field workers to go and deliver the material in the form of the gadgets by delivering them with shortage of vehicles. Actually, we finished the census without having all the vehicles, all that we had required. Because car manufacturers, we would be promised on daily basis. People will tell you we have 500 cars, but when we even had to start going to inspect the areas where they say the vehicles are, when we went there, they would say, no, we'll bring them tomorrow, and they were not there. Now, the other issue is that when people apply, because of lack of jobs in the country, people apply and we call them and ask them, are you still available? They said we are still available. So that was in October. But they don't tell you that come February 2022, some of them are returning to school. Because we were, some of them had planned to go to school. We were conducting now the census in, in February. So everyone applies, including students. They apply. And they use their highest qualification. So you won't know whether they are studying or not. Some go and register. Come February, you call them, they say, no, I'm in class. So when you have a census that you know should go well, one, you must have all your cars ready. You must have all your field workers ready. Refusals, because of COVID-19, we had the highest refusals in this census, 1.2 million. Households refused to be enumerated. But we recorded. If we didn't find you, we recorded. If you refused, we recorded. We even have different codes: refusal, non-occupied, non-contact. We have codes because they are used for data processing. Chairperson, amongst the HR challenges were issues of students once the universities reopened. During training, some people, we had already promised them that this is how much we will offer as a stipend. But as is, everyone takes up jobs and we know it every day. When they are working, they want more money, but we didn't have more money. We had asked for 6 billion from National Treasury. We were given only 3 billion. I'll come to that. They started dropping out because of unhappiness, and we had to replace. Resignations was that due to refusal rates, especially in the Western Cape. We had a lot of resignations because people said no, they can't go to people who are refusing. And of course, in high walled areas, as we know, there are no people that are actually willing to take up work because most of them are affluent. And when you don't have a person on the inside, we reached out to all body corporates of high walled areas. They promised us that they will cooperate with us, and many did. We had this experience with farming communities, 1996, 2001, but we have turned the corner. The farming communities would allow our field workers even beyond 1800, provided there was a police van or their neighborhood watch. But in most gated communities, by 5 o'clock, all people who are there must go out. Some gave us until 8 o'clock, but people stay in gated communities because they say they want to be safer. They don't want anybody knocking. Even when the body corporate has told them that census people are there, they started refusing, saying they don't expect anybody. People in gated communities come back from work between 5 and 6. So you can't find them when you leave at 5. So we had to plead to stay until 8 o'clock. Some flatly refused. Now, let us look at how we worked. Now, the green line, the target daily was what we expected to collect in the red line. But what we actually did when we were going back into the field, when we were in the field, we realized that at some stage at the beginning, the lines were working well. We started overtaking in terms of collections, actual collections. But as we were concluding towards the end of March, we started having more refusals, especially in hard to count areas like gated communities and closed areas. And we started realizing that what we expected to collect was not in congruence with what we were collecting. And this chairperson, we continued to share with the States Council, we continued to share with with the portfolio committee at any given moment. So this is how the provincial offices or the provinces finished. The first one to conclude were in Limpopo, followed by Free State, Gauteng, Mpumalanga, by Mpumalanga, followed by Free State, Gauteng, Northern Cape, Northwest, and KwaZulu-Natal. Now, there were 3 reasons. 1, COVID was the biggest disruptor. Number 2 is that we had unrest in KwaZulu-Natal as well as in Gauteng. So in KwaZulu-Natal particularly, we could not test, we could not run our pilot because it was too dangerous for everyone to move around. In the Western Cape, we could not test our pilot because there was one time that the Western Cape was experiencing the highest infections in the country, that it had to have a special dispensation. Furthermore, when we were in the field, we had to stop field work for 2 weeks in KwaZulu-Natal because the provinces of Mpumalanga, Northwest, and KwaZulu-Natal, and some parts of Northern Eastern Cape experienced floods because of the rains that were coming, because of global warming. And chairperson, while we planned everything, and I said this to the media because the media asked me a question. SG, how comes in 2018, 2019, you didn't plan better? Nobody knew in the whole world there would be COVID in 2018, 2019. We thought in 2019, December, we thought it's only in China, in Wuhan. And I said to the media, It's not like COVID was only at State SA and we were not planning better and the rest of the society or the world was not experiencing COVID. We would not have known of the unrest in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. We would not have known of floods in KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, and the Northwest. It was not easy. So even when we were in the field, it was like repairing an aeroplane while we are flying. Now, I will not spend much time on June 2019 because we have more slides. So I want to go examples of, we can see at the beginning as we are collecting, because when you are collecting, your proportion of refusal is low because you haven't collected much. But as you continue, your collections as they are completed and they are starting becoming smaller and smaller, your proportion goes higher because you are able to see a full picture of what is happening. What were the key decisions that we had to make in the field? So the key decisions as of the 31st of March, we realized that the Western Cape was the most problematic province. As I indicated, we came here to meet with the Premier. The Premier brought in all the mayors, the police, everyone, the leadership in society to work with us. Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal were showing a different challenge. So is the Northern Cape, but Northern Cape is because of distances and because we didn't have enough vehicles, we had to redeploy vehicles. But in other provinces like Mpumalanga, Limpopo, we were actually finishing. So we had to make decisions. As provinces finished, we had to move staff members around. And of course, in field work, in the field, we had said as of February 2022, we wanted to be out in, in 4 weeks. But when we were in field, we realized that in some provinces, the data that we're collecting would not be enough to help us come with an estimate of the population. And then expenditure, because everyone we had, every vehicle we were paying. Out of the 3 billion that we had, we realized that we were down, we were finishing our budget. So we had to take a decision. And we said, we are going ahead. We are not stopping until we have every data item in. So we could not afford to conclude the census end of March, even when the financial year ends, in line with the plan we had in February. We could not afford to stop field work when the Western Cape data was not in. We requested a rollover of funds. Of course, we got some rollover, but we did not get some. And the budget that we had, we continued spending because we said we cannot stop the budget, the census. So now, in the end, out of those decisions, we can see as of 31st May, we actually had all the provinces concluded. When we say concluded, it's in green. In progress, it's in amber. And in progress largely was the data that we had collected through the online collection. So when people collected online collection, we had to start going to clean that data. And in cleaning that data, by the time we stopped field work, we knew that in the Western Cape, we still have about 12% in progress, 15% we had not touched. But we could not stay longer in the field because we wanted, when we implement the post-enumeration survey, people must still remember all the attributes that they have given us. What is the global view of everyone in the 2020? So what we have is in 2000, we had what we call a 2000 round of population and housing censuses of countries. In 2010, we had that in line with the United Nations. In 2020, the number of countries that didn't conduct their censuses, 22. Those that had planned were 66. Those that said that they went ahead were about 130 in terms of the plans. But when you start unpacking, we can see that in different parts, those that went ahead, yes, right at the bottom, as planned, and those that didn't go ahead. We can see that largely in Arab states, as well as in Asia, West and Central Africa and Latin Americas, most of them could not go ahead with their censuses. What were other issues in the status? Some said 14% postponed without a new date. There are those who haven't conducted their censuses. Some 2.8%, no information available. And this is due to COVID-19 impact. And this is the status as of 2024. Countries still don't know when they will run their censuses. Some no date, irrespective of COVID-19, 6%. No change of date, and proceeding as planned, we are amongst those 6.4%. Delayed with new date, 23.9%. On the African continent, there are countries that have delayed and haven't gone to field. Completed prior to COVID-19, including the United States, except challenges of of Alaska, 16.5%. Completed during COVID-19, 43%. Now, let us come to issues, quality methods and measures and the post-enumeration survey. So what we do is that quality is very critical in any census, chairperson. And we look at quality not when we finish. We start with pre-testing, pilot, conducting quality measures, looking at everything, testing behind the glass, evaluating on how respondents understand and interpret questions. Training and standardization, we have to make sure that our enumeration training adheres to protocol, consistent protocols on methods, and supervision has to adhere to all these issues. Data collection procedures, amongst other issues, is that we have pre-enumeration reviews. That's why we had rehearsals, pilots, everything. And then in our case, when COVID hit us, we had to come with multiple modes of data collection so that we can enhance and increase on the data that we collected. Quality control, field checks, that's why we have supervisors. That is why when you have people scattered, field workers in different villages, you need a supervisor with a vehicle. That is why when we could not find vehicles in other provinces, we had to use donkey carts, we had to use tractors. The farmers assisted us with tractors to move around, donkey carts, and in some cases, we were walking about. In Stellenbosch, when I was in the field with one of the colleagues who is here, Celia de Klerk, we were walking around on foot because we didn't have cars, because the whole leadership was in the field. And then after that, we have data processing and editing. We have an automated editing system that is based on the software tools, but we also conduct manual reviews to check and validate data processing. We have error detection. There is nothing wrong in the use of the word error in statistics. We sometimes even use standard error. It's a statistical jargon. The post-enumeration survey helps us compare form for form, record for record. Data analysis is to look at consistency in relation to previous censuses, as well as other data sources. So we take previous censuses, we look at how things have worked in terms of data, the number of people that were born then and what we expect to be adults and having their own children by now. And of course, we also look at the population register. We also look at data that comes from the IEC. As people go and vote, they register with the IEC. But we know that the population register and the IEC data doesn't have all the information, because especially undocumented migrants are not on any registers that you have from Home Affairs. From there, we make our documents on the census and on the post-enumeration survey clearly documented, and they must be public, and they are public as of now. There has to be audit trails, not only by the AG, but the Stats Council. When they bring in experts, they have to make sure that we have everything documented and everything is in the public domain after the census is released. And of course, we have to make sure that these measures help us to deal with accuracy, completeness, comprehensiveness, and reliability. We deal with cross-checkings of existing records. I've already spoken about that. Internal consistency checks, consistency across different data sources, error detection, comparison with external surveys. Those are things that we do. So the post-enumeration survey, Chairperson, it's an internationally acclaimed, next slide, Celia, yes. It's an internationally acclaimed measure that we as the world, particularly we as StatSA, in line with the United Nations, have put in place. It helps us to deal with coverage error. When we say coverage error, we are not saying there are no errors in data. It's statistical jargon. Content error, the quality of indicators and characteristics in the census, and coverage error to know how many persons were or households we have missed or counted more than once. And it is used to statistically adjust the census into a final count. It's the most reliable indicator. That is why we have to make sure that it has 100% collection in terms of what we were dealing with in the field, Chair. Having said this, I must admit that many countries collect the post-enumeration survey. We are one of the few that make it public. If you go to Kenya, for example, you will never see their post-enumeration survey. They adjust, we make it public, because since 1996, we have said the public must know. It is something different if you collect data and you miss people. But if you don't adjust, if we had said we reached out to 17.4 million dwelling units and we reached out to 42 million people and we didn't adjust, our population would have been lower than where it was in 2001. But what did we do? Once we knew the undercount, we actually came back and adjusted. And we don't just adjust uniformly. I will come to that later. This is an inbuilt, the post-enumeration survey and quality matters, inbuilt validation rules, field monitoring, minimal editing and imputations, independent technical experts. The technical experts come in 3 groups, local and international. 1, we have those that look at the census from field work, people who have run field work in their own countries, including in different environments and challenging environments, and those who have evaluated censuses, be it in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, where the Maasais, you do not know where you find them at any given point. People who have dealt with data collection, as well as imputations, as well as how you look at data. People who have dealt with analysis, people who look at issues of fertility, mortality, employment, and the like. Once we deal with those, the post-enumeration survey has its own experts in the same way. After that, when the statistician general is finished with these measures, field work in the census, bringing in local and international experts, post-enumeration survey, bringing in international and local experts, and those that are in the PES must not be in the census so that we can get a not contaminated views. Then the States Council, once we are done, they bring in their experts, local and international. They are professionals and experts in their own right, but they bring experts who evaluate, and indeed we work such processes in line with the way we have done and validate it against previous censuses. So once we're done, we come back. Some countries, Chairperson, have only done the post-enumeration survey and demographic analysis. Some didn't do the post-enumeration survey. They did only demographic analysis. Some only compare administrative records. Some don't have proper records of especially population registers in their countries. Some compare with administrative data using unit record data sets. Some compare with data from existing surveys and do other measures. Chairperson and honorable members, we did all of this. All these measures, we put them in place. So the Statistics Council, then we are bringing the Statistics Council. These are the players. I want to talk on the right-hand side, the Statistics Council. They safeguard official statistics and they advise both the minister and the statistician general, and they are independent of Stats SA. The statistician general at the bottom, go back previous slide, has to exercise independence and defend and explain statistical methods and best practice, and indeed institute and stops a series without interference. So the independence of the statistician general, in as much as the independence of council, not even the minister or the president can dictate or direct the statistician general. They actually, the president and the minister cannot even have precise, nobody can have precise on the numbers until they are released. Because we have to make sure that there is no way in which the statistician general is told you can't release this data on this day. So let us look at what happened. We are saying that in terms of the Statistics Council, in terms of the statistician general, we had independent, experts, local and international, but we also have subject matter specialists, including in Stats SA, who looked at the data. The Stats Council brought in their own independent experts. And indeed, we do what we call data confrontation, including by experts, to look at accuracy, completeness, and transparency in the next slide. So we talk about accuracy, excluding low quality data that ensure that we have a final data count. So when you have low quality data, you can't include it because it will create a bias, especially when people, when we arrived, they said, don't come in, we have registered. But when they filled in their forms, even when we were calling them, they said, I will complete, I will complete, I will complete. They would not complete. Such data would not help us. So we have to take completeness, come in with transparency and document everything, and we address quality concerns. And of course, we continue to make sure that everything we do is in the open. Governance. One of the things is that we met weekly as the EXCO led by myself. Stats Council met quarterly. And at any given moment, the Stats Council, if they so wished, they could convene because they have committees that look, actually the current chair of the council the previous chair was Professor Everett, David Everett at Wits. The current chair, a demographer in her own right, was the chair of the population committee of the of Stats SA that looked at the census. We also had the audit committee meeting quarterly. We reported monthly to National Treasury about our expenditures and indeed when we started going into over expenditure. What are we finding? In terms of census history, we know that we have always gotten unqualified audit opinions, and in terms of compliance with legislation, there were material findings. And of course, when we have such material findings in terms of expenditure, in terms of procurement, especially in the census, where when we were not getting vehicles, we had to start looking out for anybody who said they had 10 vehicles or more. Whoever could bring 10 vehicles or more, even when they got vehicles from people, we had to deal with that. There are issues of consequence management that we are implementing. But in terms of our performance, including during COVID, we stayed above a minimum of 90%. Now, let's go to Census 2022. 1996, we had a disclaimer in our census. 2001, qualified audit. 2011, qualified audit. Census 2021, and qualified audit opinion. And with emphasis of the matter, it's the first time during the census we have an unqualified audit opinion in the undertaking of a census. So let me indicate that despite the obstacles that we faced, we have made sure that we deal with issues of accountability on the finances properly. The census is very heavy on any nation, including on State SA. And indeed, census funding, let's go to census funding. I need to continue to move a little bit more faster. From March 2017, we started asking for money all the way. And as we did so, we continued to deal with census. Census has no permanent field force because our staff members are about 3,300. Next slide, Celine. We have about 3,300. So to wait for 10 years, you can't keep more than 100,000 people who are waiting to do work for a month or up to about 2-3 months. It's not sustainable. So the census has to be fully funded by earmarked funds every 10 years. And of course, we had a budget funding in terms of was that MTF about 3.2 billion. And of course, nearly 1.5 billion was spent on the field workers. One of the things that we did is that in 1996, it was 409 million, about $1 billion in 2001, 3.2 billion in 2011. In 2016, when we went to do the community survey of only 1.5 million dwelling units, not 17.4 dwelling units that we reached in 2024, we had 4.8 billion. This time in 2022, we had asked for 6.6 billion. And when we asked, we were, after we continued with National Treasury, and they said they can't give us, they can only give us, was that about 3 billion. We started bringing in digital collection to cut down from the 6.6 billion. We ended up with 3.15 billion allocated. But when we went to the field, this is the actual cost per capita from 1996. And we can see 1996, 10 rand at 32 cents. But as of 2022, 64 rand, 8 cents. So we do look at all these issues. Cost per capita, including what we have looked at conventional method. If we had gone in 2022, conventional method, it should have cost us 109.63 cents. But when we went using the digital collection, 64 rand and 8 cents. And of course, rollovers, I've already spoken about them, which could not be supported or supported only to a limited extent. And of course, what are the census results and what's the queries that we're to deal with. So one, Census say, firstly, on any product, be it the GDP census or otherwise, we receive many questions and queries, and we treat all our users as equals. We release on our methods and process, we reign supreme. We are amongst the top 5 agencies in the world. We get consulted on everything, actually, including on the census, the United Nations. I was on the talk with the chair of the United Nations Statistics, the director of the United Nations Statistics Division. One of the things is that our acting Deputy Director General will be talking to them about the experiences of our census in COVID-19, which there are still challenges. I've spoken about the US. In Russia, for example, the whole issue about minorities is under question. Uzbekistan, there are challenges now. The UN is going in there to assist. In our case, we delivered the census and we released the official results as evaluated by the Statistics Council. I must say, it's not always that councils or boards of statistical agencies will agree with the release of censuses. The 2006 Nigerian census has never been released because their board said it's not fit for purpose and cannot be released. The States Council has on previous occasions advised the Statistician General, including on some of our surveys, the quarterly employment survey as well, to say, look at this, we are not very happy. So council is not there to praise status, say they raise issues. And of course, that was September 2022. Let's go back a bit, just a second. I want to talk about the queries. They have happened in 1996, 2001, 2011, 2022, and we engage every user the same, be it a political party, metro, municipality, provincial government. And we make sure that one of the issues, the States Council on previous censuses, having looked, including our PES and other measures, and having brought their own experts, they said the data is fit for purpose, but they will talk for themselves. When a States Council says, or of any country says data is fit for purpose, it means data can be used for planning. Now, let's go to September 2022 all the way. One of the issues that we continue, in November 2023, we released the results on the 10th of October 2023. Users have been raising issues, but particularly 2 users, the professors at the Center of Actuarial Research, they raised concerns around census data. When they raised concerns, but let me also mention, Chair, that the 2 professors, Professor Darrington and Moultrie, who we respect so well as status say, they have served in the States Council previously, are renowned demographers, amongst other demographers in the country and internationally. They were asked by the States Council to come and assist with the evaluation. And everyone who worked on the data from our head office in Pretoria, because we can't have data being released to anyone and they work on their own laptop. This is data of the nation. So every specialist that work from states, say in a controlled environment where they can't even send out or they can't copy the data and live with the data. The 2 professors, when they were asked by the States Council to come and assist, they said they could not work from Pretoria. We offered to set up our Western Cape office so that they can work from there. They said no, they wanted the full data set on their computers. And then they, on the basis of the fact that they could not get that, they withdrew from the offer of counsel on their own volition. When the results were out, because the results are out together with our methods and everything in the public domain, they sent me a note on the 20th of November 2023 to say they are raising concerns, but we engage every user. On the 7th of December, I sent a team led by other scientists in Census. 4 of my deputies, Calvin Mulungwana is here. He was in charge of field work. Yandi Swampechen was in charge of processing. Ashwell Jineka in charge of the provinces. And indeed, Ntabiseng Makata was in charge of the post-enumeration survey. After that, we send them a report detailing everything over and above what is in the public domain, because we take our users serious. Whether it's a gogo in the village, it's a scholar, or it's a municipality, we engage them. And then once we shared with them on the 12th of December, a written response, they came back and they said that they see no need for further engagement. But when later they went to, and it's not the first time, let me mention, as I am saying, they are renowned in their own right. In Census 2011, they had actually asked the previous statistician general not to release census data, next slide, until actually they had said the statistician general then should not release census data because they were not happy, particularly with a high degree of confidence in the population count of 2011, including issues that had to do with the number of children. When they raised this issue, we have institutions, we can have users, but if you had no process, as I explained at the beginning, when we finish our work out of field work, I close the data, chairperson, and I go out of field. We send the post-enumeration survey, you close the data. Data integrity is very important. So once everything is done, there is the stats, there are experts that I've spoken about on the census, on the PS, and on council. Once they've done their work and they say to the Stats Council, this is the piece of advice, the Stats Council says, SG, release the data, fit for purpose. It's in the law, in the Statistics Act, that the Statistics Council advises the Statistician General. Once the results are released, chairperson, scholars and other users may comment on them. Some will raise sharp issues and sharp debates about them. But there are institutions. The Statistics Council is an institution in the law. Users may raise issues, but once we have satisfied ourselves with all quality measures I've spoken about in the past or in previous slides, it means that such data can stand the test of time to be used by even future generations. So now, when in 2011, they said the statistician general must not release the data, they later came back, the two professors, and said, Census 2011 was actually the best count that has been seen by the country. So assume the statistician general didn't release the data, but he would not have failed at the time because the institution that advises the Statistics Council, I mean, the statistician general is the Statistics Council. It's the same with elections. You have processes. Once you have done all audits, you release the results. You address issues, but in the census, there is nothing like a recount, because if we were to go and count the people again, we would not get the same population. We can't reconstruct 2022. We will get people only in 2024. So furthermore, when they released their report using the MRC, Medical Research Council as their base, they didn't quote the report that I shared with them. they disregarded it. And amongst other issues they are raising is that in the post-enumeration survey, we have overestimated the population of the Indians, Asians, as well as the white population group, because our undercounts are very high at 62% and 72%. I see they repeated that even in the last media article they released, which is not true. We release everything that we did in the census, we make it public. So the 62% and 72% were part of our preliminary results. Everything we do with the data at every stage we release to the public. It's on our website. The final undercounts are not as such. But also, when we come and interview members of the public, if we ask you and we find you smoking a cigarette, and we ask you, do you smoke or not? And you say, I don't smoke. Chairperson, we don't record what we think. We record what members, official statistics is about what people are saying. So if we go and interview people in 1996, 2011, and 2011, there were not many people of Bangladeshi, Pakistani, and Indian origin, as well as Ethiopians in the country. Today, they are everywhere. And when you interview them, they say they are Indian Asian. We record what they say because that's what they tell us. In terms of the whites, the population of the whites has increased, but the share has decreased because young whites are leaving and their fertility is dropping. So, Chairperson, when we finally came out with the results, these were the undercounts. I saw a media report that said Census has admitted, I saw it 2 weeks ago, has admitted for the first time that the undercount is 31%, the middle column at the bottom. As said by the professor, Census has finally admitted. It's not true. We have actually challenged the media house. When we released the census results, we released it with the undercount. And we released the undercounts for all the provinces. And because of a low sample in relation to your post-enumeration survey, you cannot go and have undercounts at municipal level or at local level. For local levels, to have an undercount for every local level, every municipality, you need to run another census, which would have meant that we would have spent 12 billion after that to run another census. That's when we would estimate the undercount for every settlement. So we end at a provincial level. And such provincial level estimates help us that for everything that happens, so the lowest was in the Free State, 20%, the highest in the Western Cape, 35.58%. We release this publicly, it's in our records, it's in the public space. When we adjust for the Western Cape, we use the 35.58 for everything that happens. But we don't doctor the data. Once we release, based on what we collected and what we get is what we release. That's how it's done in official practice. So in the end, we came back and said the population, we counted 42 million people. When we adjusted, we adjust in every province for male, female, we adjust for young and old, middle-aged adults and everything. We adjust for settlement types, farms, townships, suburbs. We adjust for informal settlements, villages and the like. Once we had adjusted at different levels, we came back with a count of 62.27 million. The two professors are saying that we have overestimated the population by 1 million. But we always give our, range. So what you have is what you call the confidence limit, which gives you a range. of where once you have 62 million, you could be up to this level or low by this level. We have always released it since 1996. Almost every province and every municipality is saying that their population is less. But we stand by what we have released. Because if we were to change the data today for every province and lower it by 1 million proportionally, what would happen is that Gauteng would not be sitting at 15.1 million. The Northern Cape would possibly be sitting at about 1 million. It would be far less than what it was in 1996. And if we did that, the municipalities would come back tomorrow and say, our populations are much, much, much lower. SG increase them. We would go back and increase them, and a gogo would come in the village and another scholar would come. The census would become a football for commentary. Because whether it's a gogo or a professor, we value all our users. So once it is released with rigor, scientific rigor, the census stands, it will not be reopened. We will run next censuses in the future, including in 2027, a large sample survey to complement the census to know how far we are. Now, let us look at the provinces. 1996, KwaZulu-Natal was the most populous province, the second most populous now. Gauteng is the most populous. The Western Cape has overtaken Limpopo and now overtaken the Eastern Cape. The point I said at the beginning when I said to the Premier and the provincial leadership that we should not have the census to be supervised by politics. Imagine we came back and said the Western Cape is at 7.4 million. And everyone nationally said the Western Cape worked with Census to doctor the figures. We would not be able to withstand the political pressure. So this is as released by ourselves through all the scientific rigor we have put in place. Chairperson, let me also say, go back to the previous slide, Celia. The population of Gauteng is driven by the number of people who come from Limpopo. Nationally, are the biggest contributor. In the Western Cape, the number of people who come from the Eastern Cape, in 1996, they used to come alone. These days, they come with their children. In Limpopo, they come young to Gauteng as students, and they never go back and set up family. 50% of people who come into Gauteng, into South Africa, choose Gauteng as their destination. Fertility is the number of children born of a live births of a woman in a lifetime. It's lowest in the Western Cape and Gauteng. So these populations are driven by people who come from outside these two provinces. Chairperson, dissemination. So there was a story that we have withdrawn data, Chairperson, from our website. How can we withdraw something we never released? We never did. I want to start with the labor module. All these ones, when we were doing data analysis, we found that they have biases. A bias, no statistician can release data with biases. In 2020, when we released the second quarter labor force survey, when we realized there was a bias, we had to go back to first quarter 2020, which was the highest collection before the highest lockdown of the country, to ease out the bias. But in the census of these indicators, we could not go to 2011 to ease out the bias because the population has changed. And as such, labor market module, we have never released it. We released it only in 1996 because we didn't have the quarterly labor force survey. And we have since used the quarterly labor force survey. Every now and then, we have been released it. Mortality. Council is on record on the 10th of October last year to say, we advise Census not to release mortality. because they want us to get records from Home Affairs, which we still haven't gotten from 2022, because since COVID-19, supply for records on the causes of death, mortality and causes of death, MACOD, have been disrupted. We still haven't gotten that. So when media said we have withdrawn that and we have admitted for the first time when it's in the public domain, it surprised us. Fertility, we are saying we are using the mid-year population estimates, and we have just released them as of the 18th or around there of July. And we are saying fertility is the highest in Limpopo, followed by the Eastern Cape, and it's lowest in Gauteng and the Western Cape. And we have never released fertility right to a local level or to a enumeration level, because such data has always had biases. Income, we are saying the income and expenditure survey, we are coming out in November and will release this data. Water interruptions longer than 2 days, consecutive days, the general household, which we ask more questions. So in the census on water interruptions, we ask 1 question. In the general household survey, we ask up to 5 questions built in. We have released the GHS and we report regularly on these ones. So we didn't withdraw anything from our web, we didn't release them. And we have done that even in the past where we don't release some of the data. But in the past, for some of them, we could not have a compensation. This time we are saying this is the data. One of the things that the statistician general will do, especially when you go to ward level, if the data shows biases, I might decide not to release some of the wards, but because we have the structure of the dwelling units, we will work with every ward to say these are the structures that we get. The data that we got from your areas based on the number of people we got, as well as the refusals, gives us biases. And as a statistician general, I will not release data with biases. Chairperson, so these are the thematic reports. Housing service delivery, November 2024. Agriculture, March 2024. Homelessness, February 2025. March 2025 is agriculture. February 2025, homelessness. Census 2022, population, age and sex structure, March 2025. Culture diversity, March 2025. These are reports that we'll release, and we have even alerted council. Digital Atlas, March 2025, Ministerial District, December 2024, Health District 2024, December, Policing District 2024, December, South African Traditional Areas, March 2025, and 10% sample. We are releasing that in, we have released that already in August 2024. It's already in the public domain. Scholars are busy using it. There was a question when we appeared before the committee. It was not yet released, but it's there. And it's in line with what we have said we will release. Because some of these issues are reports that we need to continue unpacking and comparing with other results to write our reports. So in conclusion, Chairperson, we are saying that system development in-house, we developed it in-house. It was the first one in the world, and it's being used by other countries. The Zambians were here 2 weeks ago to learn from us. There are other countries that are still learning from us. I will be in New York at the Statistics Commission next year. There will be a high-level discussion before the Statistics Commission starts to share the experiences of countries, particularly of the success with which South Africa has run its population census under most trying circumstances. Donation of census tablets, once we finished, we send them to the departments of education in the provinces, and they are being used as for digital workbooks and textbooks. And we are busy taking them out of, we have taken them out of our books, and the Auditor General has audited us. Integration of key state systems. The bulk end-to-end interface with PESAL for payment and fieldwork was implemented. Multimodal, when we were hit by COVID, we could not sit and say we will not reach out to people. We came out with an agile response to collect data rather than wait for 2031. So, Chairperson, I can assure you that other key priorities are to sustain the quality of official and national indicators, and we continue to do so regardless of the challenges that we have of funding. We released GDP last week, quarterly labor force surveys happening, GHS. We are consistent and we have demonstrated our continuous engagements on communication. Actually, when this issue raised by the two professors, we reached out to every media house that said that we have admitted, we challenged them when they misquoted us or misquoted anything that is in the public domain. There were issues raised by members of society that we need a recount of the census. The two professors have said there's no need for a recount. Actually, what happens is when you go to lower levels, you could have biases. This is a point we have said publicly and we continue to say. So the census is solid. The two professors themselves are saying the nation should not panic, but they have said so in the past. So there's nothing new they are raising. There's nothing new any scholar. We can confirm that the census results have been released and are credible and therefore can stand the test of time, and future generations will use them. And the world is using them, and they are using the way we have learned. Chairperson, this slide says Ndehela. I need to explain it, but I don't have much time. I'll explain it some other time, Chairperson. If you allow me, I can say in Chivenda, in Spedi, in Sisutu Sauburu, Kaditumediso, now what's in Isindevele, and Yatokos, in Isikos, and Teda Kona Apangum Kulumbulelo. And indeed, Kasituana Kefeta Honafa, in Isizulu, Amaningang now. Chairperson, if you allow me and you allow council, they can raise issues following our presentation in line with their independence. Chairperson, the next slide is blank. I thank you.
No, thank you very much, SG, with your detailed presentation. Honorable members, I will quickly give the council to speak and then followed by the deliberations. Chair, you are also welcome, Chair and Deputy Chair of the States Council.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you, Chair, for the invitation. We really appreciate it. The Deputy Minister and also the Statistician General has given a very great detail on what Council's role is. I stand with me with Ian Isam, who is the Deputy Chair of Council, and the Greater Council is quite aware that we're here today to discuss this very important issue of the census. So I won't take too much of your time, but will reiterate some of the key issues that have been raised. The first one is, what is the role of council? And we as council, the Stats Council, take our role very seriously as stipulated in the Stats Act. And that is to promote and safeguard the official validity of the official statistics, but also to support the coordination of statistical activities across the country, and also make sure that there is a conducive environment that support collection, production, and dissemination of official statistics. The census is a very big undertaking for all countries, including South Africa. It's actually the #1 important tool that allows the country to be able to know how many people they have, the composition of the population, and including the distribution of the population in terms of spatial distribution. So as such, it's very important that when such undertakings happen, council becomes involved. So How council has been involved in the census is from the beginning, meaning when the SG was articulating the entire road that they've walked from the inception to the end of the census enumeration itself, including the post-enumeration survey. The State Council was performing a role of oversight, which meant that when we were looking at from the inception stages of preparations for the census, this is the first digital census that South Africa is having, which is a big undertaking, which came with very unique opportunities, also came with challenges that come with that platform. But as we know, and has been explained also by the SG and also by the Deputy Minister, some of the challenges that census undertaking went through that couldn't be avoided based on what the world was going through, but also based on some of the events that were taking place specifically in South Africa. But during the execution of the stages, we continued to play an oversight role and continued to advise Stats SA and the minister on some of the changes that needed to take place to adjust and with these challenging environments. So when at the end of the census undertaking, part of the big role of the of council is to issue a statement that indicates whether, based on overview of process, but also based on advice from experts that the council appointed in reviewing various stages of the census, is census fit for purpose. As I said before, we take that role very seriously because we know how important the census is for planning. And as a demographer, we also know how rare it is to get the data that gives you the full length and breadth of the population that you have in the country. So we had, as council, we don't necessarily see the census data when it's coming out before it's actually official release. But as the SG has indicated, we had a number of experts that actually did view both the process at the beginning of the planning, viewed the training of the field workers, the procurement issued, and the implications thereof, viewed the actual data as it was coming through during the census undertaking, but also viewed the census data itself when it was coming out from the census enumeration. In addition, we had experts who were looking independently at the post-enumeration survey, which I won't go into detail of how important it is in giving us the idea of how the level of undercount we have so that we can appropriately adjust the census. And those experts were specifically looking at the process of the PES, the independence of the PES to the census, but also looking at, is the PES going through all the international standards that it should? And as such, we deemed the census based on all engagements fit for purpose. We still stand by that statement. When we made that issue, that statement in October 2023, we also, in addition, made some specific cautionary measures that go with the census. And this is normal for any data that is collected related to the population. And specific cautions where we could see our experts indicated that these data, maybe you need to look at it a little bit more closely. This data may not necessarily align with what is expected based on the trend. And SSA was advised on each and every one of those concerns at that time. And also, therefore, advised that there has to be, which they've done also in the part, a staggered release of the census after looking at all of the issues that had been raised in the data. As such, this is what we're seeing, the release of different levels of data and the non-release of specific pieces of data that we raised as a concern, and also that still needs to be checked before releasing. So we continue to upload face transparency in particular, especially when you consider us who look at how other countries are conducting censuses and the transparencies of other governments, agencies, statistical agencies. And so we applaud the extra transparency, but also adherence to international standards and being very honest when you say these data can be used and this data I'm holding whilst I'm checking and will indicate at a later date whether South Africa can use this data or we need to have supplementary data to be able to provide those indicators that are very much useful for planning. With that, I want to thank you for the opportunity, and we do see a lot of media issues coming up with the census, and as council we've been observing each and every one as we always have in the past of the issues that are coming out and observing how Census is dealing with them and playing an oversight role. We did issue a statement at the end of the month last month, particularly because we became concerned when we saw that the statements that were raised may raise question about the validity of this very important official statistics that is coming out. And so to safeguard that, we did issue a statement that does indicate that we still believe the census is fit for purpose. It's good for planning with cautions for specific areas that are still being handled by Census. So I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mpumelelo, the Chair. Honorable members, we have listened to the presentation from the Stats SA and obviously the input from the Statistics Council and from the Deputy Minister. Honorable members, now I will take hands, but I think it's important that before I take your hands, as key facts from the presentation is that the census 2022 was greatly impacted by COVID-19, yet the Stats SA completed its task. And I think for noting, honorable members, as well as you're gonna deliberate on this presentation, the Stats SA is and remain unfunded. And I will wish that the Deputy Minister, explain or the measures on how they will ensure that Stats SA has adequate financial capacity to improve its capabilities to release more statistical outputs and to retain specialists, or if there is consideration to increase funding for the Statistics South Africa to have a census published in 5 years. But however, I think also for noting, honorable members, Statistics SA has a turnover of competent specialists. As we deliberate, we must then also give recommendations on how we make sure that we keep these competent specialists in the Stats SA. And also importantly, I think, honorable members, we must also note the fact that as per the presentation and obvious the input of the Deputy Minister and also of the Chair of the Stats Council, that Stats SA is globally competitive and is still one of those best institutions in the world in terms of information data. But however, honorable members, as we deliberate, I will request that we ask questions and we comment, and at the end we also give recommendations in terms of the reports. I'm now, honorable members, taking hands. I'm taking hands, honorable members. I see there's a hand of Honorable Bergman, and also there's a hand of Honorable Gama. I'm not sure, or the iPhone, I suspect is Honorable Butelis, the iPhone 2. I will take hands. There's Honorable Bergman, followed by Honorable Gama, and then followed by Honorable Nkumbanga, Honorable Christie, and then the iPhone, which is Honorable Butelis.
Chair, thank you very much. just excuse my camera. It comes from an angle, so I'm not sure. People often accuse me of lying down, but it's actually the angle of the camera. It's a Hawaii keyboard, so the camera comes from that is from the key. Chair, I want to thank the Statistician General for his honest report back and his feedback and his open feedback. And I want to thank the Deputy Minister for suggesting that the debate would be robust and encouraging and welcoming a robust debate. I think she sets the tone almost as her own minister would set, as the minister set in the BRRR, that when it came to the Western Cape, the suggestion, and I think the Statistician General referred to it as well, that that whites wouldn't let in black and coloured members of the workforce, and dogs were attacking field workers, and it sets a tone that all is not well in the Western Cape and that nothing happened anywhere else in the whole of South Africa, that the experience must have been different in planet Western Cape, and in Gauteng, everyone must have just left the doors open and allowed for anyone to walk in, and it would have been all right to get the statistics. And there we needed special meetings with the Premier. My understanding is the meeting with the Premier has been because there's an historic underreporting in the census, and it's not a statistical underreporting. It's in terms of trying to get the methodology correct, in the sense that one is using the statistics to apportion funds from Treasury to provinces. So one would want to get it as accurate as possible. And I think the Premier was showing proactiveness in trying to get Stats SA to work very closely with government to get what is owed to government in terms of how all the grants are apportioned. I don't think it's a case of because people aren't being let in, or racism in an undertone of racism. I don't think racism exists in one area, and then as soon as you drive out of a certain road, it then disappears and you'll never see it anywhere else. I would like to believe that the vision that we talk about has been somewhat mitigated. And for me, the insinuation that white people won't take up these sort of jobs is also worrisome. Are we to say that there's not white people begging on the streets? Because, are we trying to find people to work as field workers? I'm sure that if we apply our minds correctly, we can get any person that requires a job, regardless of their skin color, to take up these positions. And it mustn't be about race. What we're looking at this stage is LSM. We've advanced to the LSM levels, and as a statistician general, I'm hoping that the person that produces these type of statistics would hopefully look to that and start stating that, well, in this area, these problems are not necessarily a black and white problem, but they're an LSM problem. And this is how we're going to mitigate LSM problems when we go into areas like this. What I need to hear is more about technology. So here we have a challenge, Chair. We've got a challenge in the sense that we have the census, and the Statistician General is right. You can't change the census, and they're the only body that's tasked with giving us the census, and they're not allowed to model the census. They've got to give what they used as the census. But what we were asking for previously, and what we're still asking for, is there a check and balance? So we're not asking for modeling. We're asking for a check and balance to ascertain the accuracy or the reliance on the census. So let's say, and the SG used it in his presentation as an example. Post-COVID, many people passed away, unfortunately. And I'm not sure that our morgues might have all I'm not sure they coped with all the information, but if we took the amount of people that passed through our schools in grade 1, the amount of people that have passed through the morgues, the amount of people that have passed through our hospitals in terms of births, and we check that against our census from our previous census now, and we factor that into our model. Is there a check and balance that we can look at? And it goes into what our Statistics Council representative said, because I'm interested in what she means, that the statistics are fit for purpose, yet there's still concerns. Because in accountancy, an auditor can give an opinion, and there's an unqualified audit, or there's an audit that's with qualifications. Would the Stats Council suggest that this was an unqualified audit on their behalf, or would they suggest that this was a qualified audit? With severe concerns, with concerns of a nature that can, that would not affect the planning of government, would not affect how banks passed or planned financially, or how the Treasury planned financially. These are the kind of things that I think we need to look at in using the Statistician General's arguments. But from our side, from the Democratic Alliance side, we don't want to bash what was done. We want to, as you suggested, Chair, we want to constructively work with what was done to try and salvage what was done, or to try and work to the next census to ensure that we don't have these issues, not pointing to any specific person and not playing a person, but playing the ball and saying that, here was a case, there was COVID, and we can't just blame COVID alone, because Treasury, as it was brought up previously as well, and brought up again today. So we have to ask ourselves, at what stage do we say to ourselves now that technology, if we're not going to get through the door, and we're now going to count every single person to try and get an understanding of that person, and if you're a person that's living here, and dare I say legally, or you're living here without permission, I'm not sure you're going to get honest answers in a census for a field worker. And as the SG has also alluded to, that if he sees a person that's answering the questions with a cigarette, and he's asking the person, do you smoke? And the person says no, he's answering the question with what they say and not with what they do. And it's not at face value, it's on what they tell him. At what point does technology, have we gone and looked at what the rest of the world has employed in terms of creating a successful census, to see the type of technology, knowing our fiscal shortage, but knowing what else is out there in terms of trying to determine a census, considering that there is FICA, that all banks and the CPRC have to have registered individuals, or the Home Affairs has to have registered individuals. Is there not a check and balance way in which we can use technology to now assist us in creating a better, quicker, safer way in carrying out our next census? Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bergman. Honorable Gama.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you, and you can open your video so that we... Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I'll show you my video, but because of bandwidth, I will also...
Yeah, you are... Okay. That's
I think
okay.
it shows me as being upside down. But
yes, that's my problem. You can...
reality versus the actual and conceptual are not the same. Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much to the Statistician General for a very detailed presentation on some of the issues and the challenges that were faced. I want to start my question by asking the SG whether he believes that hindsight is a perfect science. And if it was, given the circumstances in which the census took place, what are the kinds of things that he would have changed? Because he's gone through an elaborate schematic of the different challenges that they faced. And they are littered with alibis as well as exogenous factors which limited States' ability to perform, in my view. What I would want to understand is how did these affect the outcomes? Because at the end of the day, the most important thing is the outcomes. I've noted that there was the issue of the undercount. And from what I've read and understood is that at the time of the release of the results in October 2023, although the undercount is very high, and it was released at the same time with the results, but it was not emphasized. And I think that is the issue that leads us to a crisis of credibility. Because whenever there are anomalies, it is always best that you indicate those anomalies upfront and indicate how those anomalies have been dealt with or are being dealt with. So in here, I think rests the issue that people might then say, because the anomalies were not emphasized from the onset, then maybe the reliability, and I'm saying this from a constructive point of view to say, in the future, because you cannot undo the past. Historical things sometimes are irrelevant for decision making, but we need to factor this because we need to build the reliability in people's eyes in terms of how this data is used. Is it really fit for purpose, given some of the cautions that are being put up? Because, for instance, if you make an example to say we counted 42 million, but concluded that there were 62 million people, that is a 32.3%, estimation. Where you talk about an undercount of 31%, I'm told that that is the highest in the world. And it's much higher than anyone else. Those professors indicated that in the Comoros in 2017, there was an undercount of 21%. So that the 31% is really very high. But also share with us, SG, what, in terms of regression analysis, what are the expectations? What standard deviation is allowable with some of these things? I know that you're trying to give us an accurate count in terms of a census, which is a dipstick at a point in time. But there ought to be allowable biases. You cannot say we don't want biases or there are no biases. Everything in life inherently has a bias. And if you have not built those because you are saying that you are not modern, if you're not built them in, I think it would be prudent that we have a system that indicates that there will be biases and what is the tolerance limit in terms of that. You've talked about the undercount within the Indian and white populations, but you have not really told us what those numbers are. You've told us what others say they are. What do you say they are? Because we want to hear your word on these issues. The former statistician general had said, I think around 2011, that the aim is to reduce the undercount or to make the undercount as close to zero as possible. So to what extent do you think that 31% causes the kinds of credibility crisis that I've just talked about? If you look back again in terms of the risks that you faced, do you think maybe it would have been better for you not to undertake the census at that time and to undertake it at a later date? Because I believe that you felt that your hand was dealt a big blow because National Treasury was refusing to roll over some of the funding for this. And therefore you needed to go ahead. And then finally, just in terms of the digital and automated nature of the census, we congratulate you for the strides that you are making to make this as pain-free as possible. But do share with us what are the risks of the automated census. I think if you looked at everything much more from a risk management perspective and try to eliminate the risks upfront, because there is a difference between our conception of things, what we thought things will be, and then what actually happens, our experiences in terms of the events. And then there's also a difference between actual and reality. And you might want to share with us that journey in terms of what your experience has been, and for the next census, what are the lessons that you are going to put into place? Would you want to continue if there was an event such as COVID, which is an exogenous factor? Or would you want to rather wait and do it later? And what do you think would be the outcomes? Because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that the credibility is not questioned. Oh yeah, and then my final question is on the post-enumeration survey. It appears that the scope and the size of it was very small in terms of the high undercount that had been, reported. What are your comments on that? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Nkumbane.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good day to the Deputy Minister, Clauli, and the SG, Risenga, and you, Chairperson, honorable members, and all the members on the platform. Mine is to firstly welcome the comprehensive report, which was clear-cut. The reasons on the deficiencies experienced, such as the high undercount, are sound. But then, which leads then to my question to the presidency. Just to check, is the presidency making any considerations to increase funding for Stats SA in order to have the census published every 5 years and ensure it has adequate financial capacity? That's just my question. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Christie.
Hi, I think you can see me now. Thank you so much, Honourable Chair. Thank you to our Statistician General, Dr. Maluleke, for your openness and your responsiveness to our questions. And thank you to the Statistics Council Chair and Deputy Chair. I have one comment and two questions. I agree with Dr. Maluleke that we need an enhanced advocacy campaign for 2031 and that we need to go as digital as possible. My comment is that at the time of the census 2022, I was ward councillor in Cape Town, Randbosch, Claremont and Kenilworth. The unwillingness to admit census workers onto property was purely based on fear. In Cape Town, people are dressing up with fake uniforms and tags, dressing up as electricity and water and sanitation officials and gaining entrance to people's homes. In fact, it happened to my own parents in Constantia. Someone arrived with a tag saying he was from the water and sanitation department and then got admittance. They're very trusting and sweet, went into their house and removed their laptops. So a number of my residents have been tied up and robbed and burgled by people dressing up and basically being imposters. And so there is a climate of fear in the suburbs of Cape Town, and hence they're very scared of admitting any people purporting to be any kind of officials into their homes. We had the South African Human Sciences Research Council wanting to send individuals around Claremont. Nobody would admit them, no matter how hard I tried as the local ward councillor. These guys can be trusted. This is what you look for. No one would let them onto their properties. It's purely based on fear and our high crime rates. And so in preparation for, I believe we're all here in a constructive spirit to prepare for a successful Census 2031, I agree with Dr. Maluleke. We have to have an enhanced advocacy campaign to educate residents and allay their fears, possibly let the census workers be accompanied by law enforcement, and then go as digital as possible, because that's just going to be a win. So I'm quickly going to go to my two questions. The first one is the chair of the Statistics Council and Dr. Maluleke said that you relied on reports from independent technical experts. You confirmed this morning. May we please have the names of these experts, even if their names are redacted, and could copies of their reports be made public? My second question is, we do, of course, understand that COVID-19 was a complete and utter disrupted the census, made life very difficult for you. I wish you had been given the go-ahead to conduct the census later on in October 2022. However, given that Stats SA spent a lot of money, 3 billion rand, on Census 2022, and you followed the recipe, you did count about 69% of our population in 2022. Why don't we make use of the data as far as possible? So you counted 42 million people, 36 million people with the full household questionnaire, 6 million by the post-enumeration survey, which was apparently too delayed, should have happened much sooner after the actual household survey. But you did count 42 million people. We need to use that data and salvage it as much as possible, because I understand that your quarterly labour force surveys count only 66,000 people. 4 times a year. So it's much smaller than the 42 million people. Would it be possible? I know that you're unwilling, you never released it, you never withdrew it. So, but you're unwilling to release the fertility, mortality, and migration data because you think it's unreliable. But would it be possible to make this fertility, mortality, and migration data available, or even just 10%, a public use microsample of the data to researchers? And I'm saying our highly talented statisticians and demographers, so that they can help you salvage something useful from this expensive and costly Census 2022 project. And they do the modeling. I know you don't, but they could use something that you shared with them in a closed environment to help you confirm the data that you collected. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Christie, Honorable Tillis.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much to the SG for a very comprehensive articulation of the world that he lives in. And I think really for me, speaking for myself, it really was a very deep dive into the world of statistics in terms of understanding its importance and criticality. I have a few questions, but many questions, but I will restrict it to a few in the interest of time and considerateness to other honorable members here. But complex world of statistics. So the first one, Mr. Maluleke, SG, is I just wanted to understand what determines what methods, different methods you use at different times. So you went through a whole lot of methods. I don't know whether they are in the process of improving, or what does it establish? But the question really is, what methods do you use at what different times, for what reasons? That is my first question. And also, and then the next one is, what is the acceptable strike rate when you do a census? I suppose it relates to my next one of the margin of error in terms of determining what you would call a successful count. The next question is, I'm very interested that there's all this advancement. I think when you were talking about how well placed South Africa is globally, it really almost leaves with the feeling that we don't have much to fix. I think it's not that it's a bad feeling, but it really leaves you with that, because you said it's very well regarded globally in terms of this space. Now, I just wanted to find out then, how do you balance all these advancements and improvements that you want to achieve against the consistent budgetary cuts, and also I think vacancy challenges, because that's what we've been made to understand that, and this is not, it doesn't look like it's going to go away anytime soon when you look at the horizon. So, but I can see that what's presented to us actually gives hope that the trajectory is in the right direction in terms of improvement. Now, my next question, SG, is how do you account for the component of the fake, if I may call it that, fake documents? Because we do know that although some people are caught into, to be specific, the IDs, there's definitely a lot that go through the net in terms of fake South African IDs. Is it negligible? Or if it's not negligible, then how do you really treat that one? Because it's a fact that there are definitely a lot of who go through the net. My next question is, what efforts are being made, not necessarily at your level, but maybe, I don't know, it should be at the government level, in terms of educating the population? I'm not aware of any, maybe it's because I've not been in this space before, but I'm not aware of any efforts, I'm not saying there are none, of educating the, because I'm only learning slowly, and this is not about illiterate people or poor people. right across the board, the real actual grasp of the criticality of consents of the Stats SA is really lost to a lot of us. So I really would like to know, how is that conducted, by whom, at what level, by government, by yourself, or is it happening at all? And then the next one is, where do you experience the most resistance in terms of the bands, middle class, poor people, townships, rural areas, urban areas? Because I'm sure it's across the board. Maybe the last but two questions, last but one. And then also in terms of our, for lack of a, excuse the pun, our captive population being prisons. I just wanted to know that I'm not quite sure what happens when you count them and then they get released. Maybe my question might not, I don't know if I'm placed, I mean, it's coming across clear to you, SG, because they are actually in the state, there's fluidity with the prisoners, that you could count them and then they come out within the census, or it spill into the next census. I will explain maybe one-on-one if it's not clear to you in the interest of time. And then the unemployment, what we know by now is that there's quite a component percentage who just don't bother anymore to go and look for employment. And then we always when we get even figures or the percentage of unemployment, that is always mentioned that this does not take account of people who just don't go. Do you have any notion of those ones? Because it will be very important, I mean, in terms of what is the volume of those people who are actually no longer interested. And then last, the one that Christy, Honorable Christy touched on really concerned me to say, this time across the board, Honorable Chair SG, there is, I mean, the people are gripped by fear in terms of anyone rocking up at the door. I mean, this goes to on the road when there's a police car with blue lights and everything. I don't know what component of this refusal is based on understanding the importance of census, but at the same time not being sure that this person rocking up at my door is really legit, or I'm going to be robbed or kidnapped. I think that is a very serious matter, which I also, well, Honorable Christie has raised it. And then lastly, how prepared are you for another, because these happen from time to time, for another COVID, even if it's not a COVID, another disaster, they will always be there. I don't think you can ever be 100% prepared. I mean, but it will be interesting to know, how do you gear yourself when something like that happens? Of course, as you rightly said, SG, you would never prepare yourself for flooding. You can never prepare yourself for those riots which took place. But maybe at that point, Madam Chair, I would like to pause. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Buthelezi and all members. I will then give the Statistics SA to respond to the questions from honorable members, and also I will also give the Stats Council if they want to clarify some of the issues, and then the Deputy Minister will be the last one.
Chair, if you would allow, I would ask Ntabiseng Mahata to start. There was a matter raised by Honorable Gama in relation to the scope of the PS of the sample. It's not regression. We use a variety of tools, but she will talk to sample size in measuring a rare event, whether you increase it or not, but she will also talk to the parameters in the form of the confidence limits. I would ask her to deal with that. And then I would then ask Calvin Mulungwana to touch issues in relation to field work And then I'll ask Ashwell Gineka to touch on issues of communication and reach. And then Solimulai will touch on the issue of Honorable Buthelezi. On the quarterly labor force survey, we do release the number of the unemployed and the unemployment rate, as well as the expanded unemployment rate. We will touch on that. And then there are other colleagues, but I would rather skip them in the interest of time. And then I will deal with all the other questions, including the difficult questions. Over to those colleagues in that quick order.
Thank you, Chair. As the SG said, I will deal with the issues that spoke to the sample size of the PES and the margin of errors. In terms of the sample size for PES 2022, when we determine the sample size, we base it on the previous survey, in this regard, 2011. And what we look at is the reliability of the estimates as was found in 2011, and build on that to see whether we are looking for the same reliability in 2022 or would like to improve on that reliability. In this regard, we decided that we'd like to have a 15% improvement on the reliability of the estimates that we'll have in 2022. This would then result in the increase in the sample size. So the result was that we have on average a 29% increase in the sample size from 2011 to 2022. I also need to just explain, Chair, that the magnitude of the undercount does not affect the sample size. It is the reliability of the estimates themselves that would affect the sample size, and that's how we determined the sample size. Now, talking to what we know now about the outcomes of 2022, we know that we had an undercount of 31%, but we also estimated the population to be at 62 million. What was the reliability of those estimates? Safe to say, Chair, we have our South African Statistical Quality Assessment Framework, which prescribes that for South Africa, the threshold that needs to be respected for statistics to be deemed official statistics, it's 5%. So the measure that we use to measure the reliability of the estimates, it's the CV, or the coefficient of variation. In this regard, the coefficient of variation for the population estimate of 62 million, all of those estimates at provincial level, they were below the 5% threshold as prescribed by SASCAF. What does it mean? It means that to the extent that, one, we estimated the undercount and we estimated the population, the coefficient of variations for those estimates were within the acceptable threshold as prescribed by the South African Statistical Quality Assessment Framework. Thank you, Chair.
Calvin Ashwell and Soli in that quick order.
Good day, honorable members. I think from my side, apologies for the sound. I also have a touch of flu. I could talk about fake documents in relation to how do we handle people who maybe have fake documents. For census purposes, we do not actually need any documentation to verify the information that respondents give us. For example, we do not even ask respondents about their ID numbers. All that we would ask there would be, where were you born? And if the person says, I was born outside the country, there would be questions like, when last, or when did you move to South Africa? But we also reference to the previous census, where were you staying in the last census or the previous census, so that we could see movements in that regard. So we do not necessarily ask people to produce. People would voluntarily maybe produce some documents to try and affirm to us a particular period, maybe which they were born, if they are not in a position to explain the exact years which they were born. In relation to prisoners, we do get records from prison authorities about inmates who were incarcerated on the night of the census, because it is a reference night that we refer to. So that's what we get then from prisons to then have the records of the inmates to align with the census night. In relation to refusals, I think refusals, when you see them over time, they vary from one census to the other. I think indeed the environment does influence a lot as to how communities react at a particular time. I think in 2001, we saw quite a high number of challenges in the farm areas. And we also saw a high non-response, of course, in your affluent areas. But it has since been a moving kind of a response pattern. Globally, we are seeing total declines in responses on official statistics. But I think indeed locally, when we now zoom on settlements, we see that settlements that previously did not give us challenges when we do this kind of work, like your former townships and so forth. Nowadays, you would find that you also struggle to actually gain either access or responses as well in those kind of settlements. Mainly, those would be driven by protests in relation to services. But we dealing with issues of security, we first of all inform our national police structures, the net jocks and the prof jocks, about the operations of the census. We continuously meet and update, and we get indications of areas that are of concern that maybe we should not visit at a particular time. We also work with local policing forums, where we would actually encourage and ask them to accompany us in areas to make members of the public more comfortable to engage with us. But with all these efforts that have been rather put in place, still we haven't necessarily managed to turn the corner. And I think this aligns very well with what, therefore, do we need to be looking at for future censuses. And I think on the issue of communication, education, and advocacy, that remains a very key, I think, approach that we need to invest in. I think in addition, of course, to the technological advancements that could be there that could assist in getting an improved count. Safe to say that the education and advocacy require quite a lot of collaborative effort, of course, within Census, but broadly with government as a whole. I think we can tell that South Africans, to a large extent, really take time to be coerced to align and buy into certain important national activities. Hence, the SG talked about active citizenry. That in the main would work well when you have an informed society that therefore understand the role that they need to play in exercising their civic duty. But I think in heightening both education and advocacy, there's quite an inherent resource in there, which is the financial resource that continuously become available such that our interaction with communities and respondents, it's a continuous basis. We only get funding to do some communications, above the line communications during the census. And clearly, because of the period and the fiscal nature of the project, it does not necessarily do the necessary penetrations that we would like to see. And hence we could also see that even with the introduction of the multimodal, in particular, the telephonic and the web interviews, we didn't see for this particular census a good uptake as well in completing the questionnaire using those platforms. So those education and advocacy should also equally introduce this collection modes with the aim of ensuring that the general public understand what has been built in with this solution, such that their confidentiality and information that they share with us is continuously protected. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Calvin, for taking the one on communication as well. I just want to add that 200 million is not enough when you spend on communication. And as Calvin said, that didn't give us the reach that we wanted. What interestingly worked very well in the Western Cape is when the Premier got involved and he was on the radio every day, and the provincial government also used their resources in terms of sending out notifications via SMSs and those types of things. So as Calvin says, as we go into the next census, the issue of advocacy and the churches and going on a schools campaign with the children, we'll have to do much more of that to get a broader reach than we got this time around. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think my contribution will be on the survey that we are releasing on a quarterly basis, which is our quarterly labor force survey. Indeed, in the previous month, we released a Q2 of the survey where we were saying that our unemployment rate, the official unemployment rate, is sitting around 33.5%. And this, in the absolute numbers, it says that 8.4 million unemployed. When you're looking at the discouraged, which is the discouraged sick workers, we're sitting around 3.2 million. Adding that, it moves to a expanded unemployment rate, so which is sitting around 12 million. We are saying to the honorable members that the report is available on the website, including the presentation. And I think, Chair, when we are releasing the next quarterly labor force survey, which will be around in November, we can also make sure that after the release of those particular products, we can make it available to the honorable members so that they can have the presentation and also the report. Thank you.
Chair, before I come in, there is Yandi Swampe Chene Murudu who wants to talk on data confrontation. Quick order, Yandi.
Thank you very much, Chair, honorable members, SG colleagues. On data confrontation, the SG already mentioned that we looked at our own previous censuses, we looked at our own surveys that we produce regularly, but also we looked at the records that we got from Home Affairs on the National Population Register. We looked at recorded live births that we get from Home Affairs, which we publish every year. We looked at the voters' roll. So there was a lot of data confrontation that was done. That was not only about what Census produces, but also about what other people have records on, including the voters' roll. I think the SG already covered this in detail. Thank you very much.
Chair, I will come in now. I will start with the questions and comments that were raised by Honorable Bergman. In every census, we know the challenges that we have had, and they shift. For starters, certainly Honorable Bergman is right that the Western Cape has raised issues of the census since Census 1996. Actually, one of the reasons why we took a decision as Census say not to release preliminary results after finishing processing of 10% was that the census of 1996 preliminary, when they were released, showed a higher population for the Western Cape, but when the final result was released, it was lower. So we took a decision that we will release the results once the final count is done. So the involvement of the Premier, which we value so much, was largely due to the fact that there's a history that the Western Cape has raised in relation to making sure that they get a census that will help them have a true count in terms of going forward with budgetary issues. But as I said, in every census, we pick up new issues, and some of them are beyond the work of Census. This issue that we picked up in the Western Cape of the white population group not wanting to be counted by any other population group. It was the first time we experienced it. We didn't experience it in large scale. There were sections in Gauteng, but very small, but we experienced it in large scale here. And we have raised it previously with the portfolio committee. And we say it's beyond status say. We need the nation to assist us in dealing with this matter. Even when I handed over the results to the Premier, I raised this matter. But in previous censuses, Census 1996, we could not pick up the young white males that are in single households, as well as the farming community. But using the census of commercial agriculture, we were able to turn the corner around. Today, the farming community, the farmers, are amongst those who work with us in censuses and sample surveys. There are protocols that we have to adhere to, and I think Honorable Christie touched on that. When we arrive in a neighborhood, be it a farming community, we go to the police station. When we go to suburbs and gated communities, we go to the police station and the neighborhood watch. Everywhere, especially in suburbs, there are neighborhood watches. So we work with them. The former chair of the Statistics Council was actually disturbed by this phenomenon, Professor Everett, when he picked it up, to a point that some people even called him and said, "I'm not allowing your field workers into my house," those who know him, but those are anecdotes. But we had a serious issue. When I went to Nyanga Chair, and I informed people of Nyanga that I'm going to Michel's Plain, they told me that you can't go there, you won't come back alive. And we had to go and count people in Michel's Plain. So these are issues that I was there in the field. I was there here in the Western Cape in Stellenbosch. We don't break confidentiality. It was disturbing that even political leaders would refuse us entry or refuse us to. I had to go and talk to some of them to plead with them. So these are real issues. In 2001 and 2011, we had an underreporting of young children, especially of less than a year old. So certainly, Honorable Bergman is indicating that we need the checks and balances, because we are not in modeling what happens, and I respect the work of demographers. The fact is we count ourselves, and when we release the data, in the past it used to be 5%, census 1996, and I think up to 2001, but we have increased it since 2011 to 10% to assist with research so that demographers and other researchers across the world can use the data to also raise issues that need to be taken forward. But as it is, our checks and balances are in line what we have done, the post-enumeration survey, bringing in experts on the census, on the PS, and council bringing in experts. And the PS is our main quality measure. But other than that, Yandi has spoken about the data confrontation, the data that we look from Home Affairs, from recorded live births. Those are the checks and balances we put in place. But beyond that, we don't model, we collect. And we don't leave it at saying we reached out to 42 million people. Then having reached out to 42 million people, we use the that's why the undercount is very critical for adjusting the population size. But just for the sake of saying that, I don't want it to emerge like Census is painting a bad narrative about the Western Cape. When we release our quarterly labor force survey, we do indicate, and consistently for more than 10 years, that the unemployment rate in the Western Cape is the lowest, both in narrow and expanded definitions. Poverty is the lowest in the Western Cape. Even in terms of intensity, the way people feel poverty is the lowest in the Western Cape. The income per capita is the highest in Gauteng. Western Cape is the second. So we do raise all these issues. And when we unpack in terms of our numbers, Chair, we unpack in terms of population group as in white, black, colored, and African. One thing we have found, not only here in the Western Cape, all over the country, the white population group is not taking up jobs. Even when they do live in the middle. They say the money we pay is quite small. So is the Indian population group. We over a period of 20 years, we have experienced this. So we deal with these societal issues, but they are beyond us. But there's another point I want to raise here, which is beyond Census as well, which I think as a nation we need to address. We saw 35% of people, 31% of people in 2019 didn't vote. Those that are registered. We missed 31% of people, including those that sent us away. And those who said they would fill our forms and they didn't fill them. In these recent elections of 2024, only 60% of the voters went to vote. 58.64 to be exact. 40% of registered voters, let alone those that didn't vote. So I think there's a national issue that is beyond Census to encourage members of the public to partake in nation building. And I think policymakers, including Parliament, are in the right space. Let me come to Honorable Gama. Hindsight being the best science. Certainly it is true. If there's something that we would do better, would be to conduct a census in October than in February. Because when you change the time, for example, provinces like the Western Cape and Gauteng, particularly your cities of your towns of Stellenbosch, city of Cape Town, as well as city of Joburg, came to us and said they wanted to give us the list of students who would naturally have been back to residence. And we refused because we didn't want the census not to be independent and be contaminated by any other data. Because if we allowed that, any other person would have the right to give us the list. Any lists that we got, we use them only for data confrontation. So certainly the challenges that affected us, even when we went to field, we knew that COVID was affecting us. We knew that the unrest are affecting us. The fact that we didn't do tests in Gauteng and no, in KwaZulu-Natal and the Western Cape because of COVID. We knew only when we were in the field that the floods were affecting us. We had to hold field work in KwaZulu-Natal. So what is, do you think, as an Honorable Gama asked this, do we think we would have done the census at a better time? Certainly, we would have done it in October if we had an option. But as we were sitting in February 2022, nobody in the whole world, nobody knew that COVID-19 would end as a pandemic in the world. Actually, when the president lifted final restrictions on the 4th of April, we were already going out of some of the provinces. Another issue is the issue of people who were not born in South Africa. Council has even raised an issue that what they see as a consistent way of responding in the censuses, and we can sketch how many people that say they were not born in South Africa from 1996. 960,000 census 1996, 1.2 million, and then 2.1 million in 2011 and 2.4 million. We have no other measure, Chairperson, of ascertaining that people were not born in South Africa, because when you demand identification, especially the undocumented migrant, they think you want to go and tell the police. So they run. No census in the world has ever demanded identification. The US Census wanted, President Trump wanted to know the number of undocumented migrants from Mexico. The census went in and out of court. We even know just to the whole issue of people from Zimbabwe has gone in and out of court. Census say would not win that battle. So we use the guidelines that we agree at the United Nations. Honorable Gama asks, raises the fact that we didn't emphasize the undercount when we released the data. We released the undercount and we emphasized it. I'm on record on the day I released the results, indicating on a presentation of slides that this is the census results, 62 million. This is the undercount, still directing the public. This is the middle column, and this is what we have: lowest in the Free State, highest in the Western Cape. So it is on record. We have emphasized it. Data fit for purpose. Yes, it is fit for purpose, but that remit is beyond us, the statistician general, other than what pieces of advice and experts that we have put in place. There is also the Stats Council that has articulated on that. And it has been like that, not only in South Africa, all over the world. Honorable Kumbaka raises the issue of funding, but I see it was also raised directly to the Deputy Minister. I will leave that to Deputy Minister. serve as a reminder when Deputy Minister in her other capacity was working with Minister Jackson Mthembu, the late minister. The Stats Council once threatened to resign because of the funding of Stats SA, because they were saying they could no longer vouch if Stats SA is not funded. We are losing about 25 staff members, 26 every quarter, 100. They are demanded by banks, the Reserve Bank, the United Nations, Stats Australia, Stats Canada, Stats New Zealand, and they are all over the world. We can't replace, we can't match the salaries. When we had budgets, we used to train younger people, but it takes us up to 20 years. I've been in Stats SA for almost 3 decades, 27 years in Stats SA. So are the colleagues that are here in leadership and those that are not here. I've been in official statistics practice for 32 years. It takes us 20 years to build a powerful statistician, even in prices, only on the PPI, not on the CPI. When we lose one, they leave with such knowledge, and replacement is very difficult and painful. Honorable Christie has touched on the issue of imposters, not only from water affairs, or we also have had them in the census. It is a serious issue that members of the public, especially people who would even move to gated communities, Chair, for their security and for terrible experiences they have had with crime. People are trying to keep themselves safe. And when we say we are from Stats SA, no amount of communication or convincing, even from myself, even when myself and the colleagues that are here, we arrive there in person, is sufficient to convince members of the public. We find this largely in the suburbs, as well as in the gated communities. But having said so, Honorable Christie says, would we make maybe 10% of the fertility data and any other data that we haven't released available, largely for purposes of researchers to use? No, Chairperson, I cannot release data that has biases, even in 10%. It's my responsibility as statistician general in the law that I've been given by yourselves as parliamentarians to determine on the dissemination of numbers and to explain and defend solid statistical methods. So when data has biases, I will not release it. But the 10% that we have released is not for variables that we have said we are not releasing. The other data that we will release to compensate for that, researchers will use, and they continue to use it. A good example is the quarterly labor force survey and the causes of death. Researchers have used our causes of death since 2007. When we're at the height of deaths in relation to HIV, researchers were able to pick up data that we have released in the public space. We have a data access policy, Chairperson, where any scholar or any researcher can come, but on data I have deemed fit for release. And when I say I, representing Stats SA, which meets all the quality prescripts that we have in the South African Quality Assessment Framework. And in this regard, when people come and do research, they are in a controlled environment where they are supervised and they cannot copy any data, meaning that a computer through which they can work on cannot copy any data out except their findings for report writing. That is allowed, and I do allow from time to time, but I will never release data that has biases. I would not be implementing the law that have been given by Parliament. The names of consultants that we should release them. I've seen even in the media, including the 2 professors from the Center of Actuarial Research, indicating that StatSA is relying on faceless and non-existent experts. It's not true, Chairperson. The 2 professors know they have actually previously been asked to assess the census. They were even asked on this one, they turned the offer down. So that there are faceless experts of national and international standing is not true. Council has even met some of the experts that they had asked to work with them. We have met with them. They were resident at StatSA. We flew them from all over the world. But there's a clause that we have, Chairperson, that says they will not comment on the work that they have done because they had undue access more than any other researcher of more than 10%. It's there. And as Statistician General and as StatSA, we take responsibility for their work and the pieces of advice they give us. Council takes responsibility for the work that they've done for them. And that clause, if I were to make their names available, it means that clause would fall away. Then there would be no need for contractual arrangements. It's because we release 10% equally to everyone. So when any other person has undue access to data, then we would be having some favored users and the like, and that would be against fair statistical practice. Honorable Buthelezi, I think the issue of quarterly labor force survey was addressed by Solimulai. Safe to say that we do release both figures when we release the quarterly labor force survey. One, the narrow definition, which is in the NDP, as well as the expanded definition, as well as the rate, the number of unemployed and the rate. So 8.4 versus 12.4. But the budgeting challenges, our vacancy rate is sitting at 20% now. Out of the 3,300 positions we have, 660 are not we don't have the funding for those. And in our engagements with National Treasury, we were allowed to fill 7 positions. So by estimates, it's likely to take us the next 100 years to fill the positions at StatSA. We are losing staff members, and it's no joke, it's serious. I plead with DDGs in this platform. In population and social statistics, during the census, in the middle of a census, we have lost 2 of them. One on retirement, one went to the World Bank. Some have gone to the IMF, our best demographers. There's nothing we can do. We can just sit. We would like to reach out to members of the public at all times. We use media houses, but we know media houses in the form of newspaper prints, TV, and radio are not enough. We work on the basis of invitation to reach out, and we reach out to every political party. I usually say to leaders of political parties when I see them that you still haven't invited us as StatSA. We reach out to community leaders when they invite us to talk about the census and the work, other work that we do in their neighborhoods. But it's still not enough. And I think we would do better. Party to it are budgetary issues, but I guess we are also using community radio stations, but this is as far as we can go. And of course, on the issue of crime, Honorable Christie has touched on that, and I think I've touched on that, but Honorable Butel has also touched on this issue that we have a lot of people emerging there as fake people. And I think some of these issues we need as a nation to work together to address them. And we can use data from Census to assist us to address them. Chairperson, I suppose I've answered everything, but I have Council and Deputy Minister to touch on some of them that I may have skipped, but I've tried to reach out to every person. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, SG. Any take from the Statistics Council?
Thank you, Chair. Quite appreciated listening to the questions and engagement on what Status was presenting on the census, and also reflecting on what are the ways in which we can make improvements, especially now that we're looking into future surveys and also the next census. When Council, as has been indicated, makes its statement on fit for purpose, that is based on information on is the census useful for planning. That's a very key statement. And when you make that statement, we look at all areas that are required for planning. So, for example, I'll make reference on the UN has two types of census undertaking, which is a short form and a long form. And in the short form is countries that only look at small sets of questions with the aim of making sure that are you able to give the country the number of people there, the composition and the distribution. And that is the key job of a census. But South Africa, among other countries, include other questions in the census because those are two very important for planning. So when Council makes this recommendation, it looks at whether the census itself, can it be used for planning purposes? And what are other information that are in the census that we need to question, for example, which we've indicated, right? So when we say caution, we mean you need to caution using fertility data because it needs to be looked further, and Status after looking further would indicate whether it can be released or not. As they've been indicated, there are many supplementary data sources that inform the country about its fertility levels, trends, and distribution and composition. But it does not mean the country will not be able to be informed of this indicator and how its performance is. In the event, for example, where you look at the data and you decide that the composition of the population is not reflecting based on the experts we engage with what we expect South Africa to be, that would make it a big problem in our statement. So when we said fit for purpose, we mean fit for planning based on all of those engagements. But thank you so much for those questions.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and to all of the members of the Portfolio Committee for what we had anticipated will be very robust, and it indeed was very robust. Just to thank the team from Stats SA for a very comprehensive presentation, as well as the responses as well. I think just to touch on a few issues that were responded to that I do think that just needs a little bit of emphasis. In that one, I think we must appreciate as a collective that we conducted the Census 2022 under difficult circumstances, not only just because of COVID, but the other consequence of COVID that members will recall was really the fact that we went into great financial constraint as a country and as a government as well. And in actual fact, one of the reports released by Census, I think it was earlier this year, if I'm not mistaken, or late last year, that actually indicated that in terms of economic recovery, we had only then hit our pre-COVID levels in terms of recovering from that pandemic. So of course, naturally, there would have been an impact on the fiscus, and at the time, it would have been a fiscus that would have already been quite constrained to begin with, even before the pandemic happened. And I'm speaking directly to the issue of the issue of funding of the institution. It is a long-standing matter that, as the SG indicated, that even in the previous administration had been raised multiple times, of which there were interventions at the time on the census. But what our collective interest is, and I'm so happy that it's coming out in this meeting as well, and it's something that I think came out during the budget vote debate as well, around the fact that even at the time that we were adopting the budget for the institution, there was consensus within the portfolio committee that we can't continue basically living on a thread, because if we do continue to do that, it actually will call into question the integrity not only of the institution but also its products. And during the budget debate, the minister did make an undertaking of continuing to engage with National Treasury, as the SG has alluded. And I think more than anything, what we will take forward from this meeting will be to request at that level that we come back with an update in terms of how far those engagements are. Members would also appreciate the fact that we are currently in, so not really in the process of, but towards the end of the process of setting up the 7th administration, with the MMOC process underway, as well as a lot of government departments shifting, some of them merging, some of them demerging, and the different budgets and things like that need to happen. That is a process that the presidency had undertaken, must be completed by the end of this year, so that we can then start the new year, which is 2025, with a clearer picture of how departments stand, and what funding is ought to go where. And this is definitely something that, even going into the MTBPS, which will be next month in October, we will bring to the attention of National Treasury. But as the SG said, it's something that is on the agenda, not only of the institution, but also as the presidency, which is the department that oversees Stats. I just wanted to touch briefly as well on the comments made by Honorable Bergman, and I think as well as Honorable Christie and Honorable Buthelezi, in that I think one, Honorable Bergman, is that I do not suppose that there is an intention on our part that there's no intention on our part, as the SG said, to paint a particular province in a particular way, nor to paint a particular race in a particular way. And as the Honorable Christie also alluded to, is that we can't run away from the fact that there are different factors that influence people's behavior, be it race, be it socioeconomic, be it crime, etc., etc. The job of Stats SA is to report on what they found in the field, which is exactly what was done here today. I think our job as public representatives is to take that data and analyze it in the context of how do we then influence our communities and make the work of Stats SA a bit better. The ward that Honorable Christie actually speaks about is actually my ward that I lived in Cape Town until I recently relocated. And it really is a ward of high walls and high gates. Whether it's Stats SA, we couldn't even campaign thoroughly in the ward precisely because of the phenomenon of high gates and high walls. So I just wanted to speak to that issue, that the intention is not to paint a particular picture, but really the intention is to report on what was found, and the matter having been brought to the attention of the provincial government as well. And we are quite happy with the report by the SG that the Premier was able to act. In actual fact, I participated myself with the Stats SA team at the time in my previous role during the census in the Western Cape. I remember we were together with the provincial government, in actual fact, in the Boland region, in Stellenbosch, and some of the surrounding areas in that particular region, doing the count at the time. So between national government and provincial government, we worked quite well in that regard. And I think more than anything, as policymakers, and I'm happy that it also came out in this meeting to say that how do we better prepare for the next census in order for us to not have the same conversation about funding, to not have the conversation about the undercount, to not have the same conversation about the institution and the risk factors that are inherent in the lack of funding, which may lead to the integrity of what we produce being questionable. I'll pause there for now, and of course, just to state that we do make the commitment to give a report to the portfolio committee on our engagements, of course, and we do trust that those engagements, as they have been continuous, will continue to will be able to bear fruits in the near future for us to avoid a situation where the integrity of the institution and its products become questionable. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Comrade Chair, and also just to thank all of the honourable members once again, as well as the members of the Stats SA team, as well as the Stats Council. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Minister, and thank you very much to also the team, Stats SA, led by the SG, and also to the Stats Council for this report. But however, honourable members, I think we have identified our key findings and obviously observations and further recommendations to this report. And I will then release the Deputy Minister and also the team of the Stats SA and the Stats Council, so that we just proceed for 5 minutes on the minutes of the 30th of August 2024. Deputy Minister and your team, you have been released, and thank you very much. Flight the minutes, Norma Crosser or Mandy, one of you must.
Chair, can members see the?
Yes, thank you very much. Honourable members, these are the minutes of the meeting of the 30th August 2024 as flighted. We had, we had a presentation of the 6th Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprise Legacy Report, and were then followed by a set of 4 minutes of different meetings from the 9th and the 16th, the 14th and the 24th of August, the 9th and 16th of July, the 14th and the 24th of August, honourable members, and of which they've been emailed to yourselves and also posted in the group of the portfolio committee. If there are issues here that have not been captured, honorable members, you have, feel free to raise your hand and deliberate to these minutes, honorable members. Move on page, I think page 3 is only summary of outcomes and decisions. You will see there are point forms, honorable members. Thank you very much, Nomakos and Mendy. Honorable members, can I then take hands for additions, if there are additions to the minutes, or you have missed something? I'm taking hands, and those that will then adopt the minutes of the 30th of August 2024. There's Honorable Bergman, there's Honorable Nkumbana. Honorable
Chair,
Bergman.
thank you very much. I'll ask to propose the minutes. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bergman. Honorable Nkumbana.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move to second the minutes as the true reflection of what transpired on the 30th. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you very much, honorable members, and thank you very much for your time. Once more, I wish to apologize that the meeting was meant to be physical and they have to convert it to a virtual. But from our support staff, we will communicate as early as possible if the next meeting is virtual or is physical. And once more, I want to thank all of you, honorable members, and now the meeting is adjourned officially, and thank also our support staff. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, honorable members, before there's a hand of Honorable Bergman.
Chair, thank you for allowing me. Yeah, I don't want to do this in front of the officials. I wanted to just beg your indulgence in this. First of all, the committee, the rules committee is busy, the programming committee is busy planning mini plenaries on a Friday. And I'm sure at some stage we are going to find a clash between our committee and mini plenaries at some stage. Secondly, we have a problem with, as you said, the capacity to find a committee venue and our meetings. Is it a possibility that our meetings either be moved to a Wednesday so as to avoid this mini plenary clash, and to then have, whether we have it on a Wednesday online or we have it in person, at least we don't have clashes with the mini plenaries. And I just wanted you to just take that back as maybe a suggestion into programming, or put it to the vote to the rest of the committee. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Bergman. We've noted what they've said, and obviously then with the support staff, we'll check with the Office of the House Chair if we can change our days of a meeting from Friday to another day between Tuesday and Thursday. But however, the problem is that some of the honorable members, like we have heard in the apologies, there's Honorable Imran, and also there was Honorable Trolip, who have to, log into this committee meeting, and obvious in the Justice Committee. And anyway, I think we must also avoid where our portfolio committees clashes, because other individual members, they've got more responsibilities of being part of other committees. But we'll check with the Office of the House Chair and check also if honorable members, they don't have portfolio committees on Tuesday until Thursday. That will then make them to have clashing portfolio committees. And thank you very much for your advice. It's noted, and thank you very much. I saw the hand of Honorable Nkumbane.
No, thanks, Chair. No, thanks, Chair. You have covered me, because I wanted to speak about the clashes. Since now, to consider the clashes, for example, I have a problem with Wednesdays, so you've already covered me, Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Nkumbane, and thank you very much to all of you, honorable members, the meeting, and our support staff. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Goodbye. Phela veki mnandi.
Thanks, honorable members.